Committee. Just to give you a brief introduction, the Planning Committee is a quasi-judicial body whereby committee members are required to put their politics to one side and they cannot be whipped by their political groups when determining planning applications. That means that planning committee members must come to committee with an open mind and must judge an application on its planning merits only, taking into account the National Planning Policy Framework, the adopted development city plans parts 1 and 2, and material planning considerations. As part of each presentation, I will ask the case officer to introduce themselves to committee members and attending public. Would committee members please note that where a decision is made on an agenda item, to be able to participate in the debate and the vote, members must be present throughout the entirety of the committee's consideration of that item, including the officer presentation, any public speaking, and the question and debate session. In the event that a member needs to leave the chamber briefly during consideration of an item, but still wishes to participate, the member should then indicate to me as chair that they need to be excused. If this is the case, I'll briefly suspend the meeting for the duration of their absence. Can I remind members that mobile phones should not be used as a means of communication during the meeting, and if members need to make or receive a message via their phone, please alert me as chair. Where members are using tablets to access agenda papers electronically, please ensure that these are switched to aeroplane mode. Thank you. So the following order should be followed for each of the agenda items: presentation by planning officers, speakers if there are any, planning officer clarifications if required, committee member questions, followed by debate, and then we will go to a vote. We'll be taking breaks during the meeting. When and how many of these we'll need will depend obviously on how long the discussions take for each application. Thank you. So let's get on to some procedural business. Are any members in attendance as substitutes today? No? And do any members wish to declare any interest in relation to any application on the agenda? Councillor Nairn?
Thank you, Chair. I'm predetermined on item C. And in fact, we'll be speaking against it. So.
Thank you. So you'll be recusing yourself during that time. Thank you.
As you know, both Sam and I are all councillors.
Can you put your microphone on?
Sam and I are Westbourne and Poets Corner councillors, but we have got no predetermination. I mean, I know that Paul and Bella have written representations because the site is actually in their ward, but it's on our boundary. But just to make that clear.
Thank you. We now consider whether, in view of the possible confidential nature of the business of or proceedings, the press and public should be excluded from the meeting when any of the planning applications are under consideration. And I can confirm that we do not have any confidential items today, so the press and public will not be excluded. First off, does the committee approve the minutes for the 5th of November 2025, which is attached to the agenda? Councillor Cattell.
Sorry. Yeah. I cannot for the life of me remember why I left the meeting for the last thing. It was literally 2 days before I had my accident, so, you know, but I can't. Can you remember? Did I say why I was leaving? I even checked the video today. But it's just because I've never left a plan committee early in 5-6 years. So just, you know, but if Sean said it, it's true.
It is true, because I remember you asking to leave, so. Just moving on to Chair's cons, I don't have an awful lot of communications that I need to make today, apart from, first of all, to welcome Councillor Kerry Pickett, who has joined the committee as a permanent member. Welcome, Kerry. There's been a change in the makeup of the council overall, and so we've also got to sadly say goodbye to Councillor Maureen Winder. I've already thanked her in private, but I'd like to thank her in public as well for all her contributions over the past year or so, and we hope to see her back one day. She will now act as a sub going forwards. Thank you. So, public involvement, I'm told there's none for this meeting. Site visits. Do the committee members have any requests for accompanied site visits in relation to any of the applications we're considering today? No? Okay, great, thanks. The Democratic Services Officer will now read out the applications on the agenda and ask committee members if they want to discuss the items as they're called. Please be aware that applications need to be called for discussion, not just for questions.
Thank you, Chair. So just running through the applications that we have today. Majors are automatically called anyway, so that's item A, which has speakers anyway, and which are also automatically called. So moving on to minors, those with speakers are automatically called, so that's item B, Long Hill School, that is automatically called. Item C, the Pinnacle, that is speakers and automatically called. Item D, 89 Holland Road, has speakers, so that's automatically called. Item E, BH 2025/02379 Cowley Drive, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Moving on to item F, 21 Chaley Avenue has speakers, so that is automatically called. Item G, BH 2025/02255 basement flat, 99 Buckingham Road, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Item H, BH 2025/02114 3 Ridgewood Avenue, Saltstein, Brighton. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. Item I, lastly, BH 2025/02302 48B Inventional Villas, Hove. Do members wish to discuss this application? Thank you. So, Chair, to confirm, item A is called automatically, B is called automatically, C is called automatically, D is called automatically. Item E is not called for consideration. Therefore, the case officer's recommendation is taken as accepted by the committee. Item F is called because it has speakers. Item G, which is the basement flat 99 Buckingham Road, has not been called for consideration. That means that the committee agree with the case officer's recommendation. Item H has been called for consideration and discussion. Item I has not been called, therefore 48B Ventnor Villas the committee agree with the case officer's recommendation. So the running order will be A, B, C, D, F and H. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks, Sean. Let's move on to the item A then, major application BH 2025/00532. Over to you, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application site, just check it's showing here. The application site is land north of Swanborough Drive. The application description is the erection of 2 number residential blocks incorporating 36 flats, a community space, landscape public frontage and associated works. The application site, as you can see from the plan here, is at the sort of very northern tip of Whitehawk. This is just a location plan outlining the site in red, so you know the exact area we're looking at. So if I just go to the aerial photo of the site, which just shows the area in a bit more detail. So the site itself is greenfield. It's council owned. It was once used as a play area, but I think that ended around 2015. At which point there have been a number of sort of biodiversity interventions on the site, including a sort of invertebrate bank that was created. But it was allocated for 39 units in the city plan part 2 when that was adopted. So it's a housing allocation. To the north of the site, you have, if you can see my cursor here, we have allotments, and then here to the northeast we have a community orchard. And then further to the northeast as the South Downs National Park. Swanborough Drive itself is or at least this part of Swanborough Drive that you can see, which I'm kind of circling here, is a one-way street. So traffic just moving in a clockwise direction, although it becomes two-way slightly further south after the kind of intersection with Swanborough Place. So this is just a 3D aerial photo of the site. As you can see, there's to the south, there are a number of council-owned residential blocks in the area. The one immediately to the kind of the south of the site, you can see here, is Heron Court, which is around 10 stories in height, and there's a number of similar blocks within this area. To the sort of northwest of the site, you have a property called, or a block of flats called Lynchmere, which ranges in 4 to 3 stories in height. And then to the south of the site here, where I'm showing my cursor, is Swanborough House, which is a brain rehabilitation clinic, and that is about 3 stories in height. And then you can just see to the sort of northwest of the site, we've got a footpath running up here, which leads to the community orchard and the allotments and beyond. So here's just a sort of photo of the site looking in a southeasterly direction. So the application site is on your left-hand side here. So at this point, it's sort of fairly overgrown with scrub. You can also see that there's a bus stop immediately outside the site. You can see the 2 buses there. It has effectively 2 bays for buses, so 2 buses can park at once. On the south side of the site, you can see there's quite a lot of on-street parking. There's no actual controlled parking zones within the area, so it's just like basically you can park on the street if you can find a space. Here's a view just looking in the opposite direction. Again, you can see the bus stops. To the left-hand side is Heron Court, opposite the site, and in the distance is Lynchmere. Just a few other photos from within the site. Probably don't show you too much more than I've just shown you in the other images. You can see the footpath leading up to the community orchards and allotments here. This is Heron Court on the top left-hand corner. So, in terms of the actual proposal, we've got a block plan here which just gives an sort of idea of the development. So, it's effectively arranged into 2 blocks. To the sort of the northwest, which is the smaller of the 2 blocks, at ground floor level, you have a community centre with residential above, and then the building here, shown orange, zone 1, is entirely residential and ranges in height from 4 to 6 stories. So 6 stories when viewed from Swanborough Drive, but 4 stories when viewed from the rear because of the topography of the site, which, as you can probably see from the photos, is quite steep. So running kind of south to north. So in terms of the development, as I say, it's 36 residential units, all of which would be affordable rented. So just sort of going to a slightly more detailed site plan, I'll just zoom in slightly. I don't expect you to be able to see all the detail here, but effectively I'll just quickly go through it. So just here where my cursor is, you have a electric vehicle car club bay, then next to that an accessible parking space for the community centre. You have the community space at ground floor level, and the community space was identified during public consultation as something that the residents wanted to see as part of the development, which is hence its inclusion. It has a separate pedestrian access leading to the community centre, which is where my cursor is here. You have a bike share hub just here, and then a residential pedestrian access into the residential component of the development, coming from Swanborough Drive, just here. In this section, this sort of central section, you have cycle spaces, I think about 44 to 46 in total, and refuse collection area here. And then you have a pedestrian residential access into the larger of the 2 buildings, just here, and a vehicular access just here, which leads into an Undercroft car park. And so within that Undercroft car park are 6 accessible parking spaces and 5 motorcycle spaces. So in terms of the residential development, 4 of the 36 units would be what's under building regs, building regulations M43, so basically wheelchair accessible. And so we've got a accessible space for each of those units, and then 2 spaces for visitor parking. Also, you can just see that the bus stop is located slightly kind of north-westwards, away from this access, to basically provide adequate visibility for this the access here. Just scroll up slightly. So here's just a street scene elevation from Swanborough Drive. I'll show some kind of visual renders a bit later on in the presentation, which do help to kind of bring the development to life a little bit more. As you say, this also just provides some context, because you've got the Lynchmere building, existing building, which is here where my cursor is, and then Swanborough House here. So it is quite a step change in terms of height on the northern side of Swanborough House, the northern side of Swanborough Drive, but it's certainly the taller building is comparable in height, which I'll show in due course, with the sort of nearby flat blocks, which are considerably more stories, but they sit on a slightly lower level, so that's why it's sort of roughly equal in terms of overall height. So just in terms of this elevation here, you can see possibly the community space entrance here, so that's kind of differentiated from the rest of the building, so it's quite clear where the community space entrance is. You have, I probably should have mentioned earlier, but effectively you've got 2 separate flat blocks rather than one large flat block, partly because it was explored during the pre-application. The initial pre-application submission was 1 block. It went to a design review panel, and it was considered that actually it would be good to have some visibility to the community orchards and allotments beyond, and also to sort of have a more landscape-led approach. The aim was first sort of to at least appear at some sections where you can see through the buildings, like the kind of orchard was coming into the site and through. As I say, this building, 4 stories in height from the front, 3 from the rear, and then the main building 6 stories when viewed from the front and 4 from the rear. This is just the south side elevation, so this is the view you'd have looking from Swanborough House. In terms of the general sort of materiality, that would be secured by planning condition in terms of the exact materials used, but the general aim is to use sort of a combination of red brick and buff brick to kind of help differentiate different parts of the building, and then fibre cement panels to provide some colour around the windows and so on. This is the northwest side elevation, so this is the view you'd get from Lynchmere. And then just the rear elevation as a view from the community orchard, whereas, as I say, the development would appear slightly lower as it's kind of set into the ground. So in terms of the overall split of uses and the number of units, so it said 36 affordable rented residential units, that's 12 1-bed flats, 15 2-bed flats, and then 9 3-bed flats, and then 204 square metres of community space. So I won't go into too much detail on this, it's just a typical floor plan. So this is the floor plan of the larger, sort of more southerly unit that's entirely residential. And I don't expect you to get all the detail in here, but it's really just to show all the dwellings meet the nationally described space standards. All of them have dual aspect, so as in they have sort of two sets of outlook from one side of the building and another, and also all properties have their own private terrace, most of which, or the vast majority, are internal. And then this is just a floor plan of the more northerly block. So just a kind of context view, just to give a sort of better idea of how it sits in relation to the wider area. So you can see here, this is a view from the south, so looking up Swanborough Drive, and as you can see, it's sort of comparable in overall height to Falcon Court, Heron Court that sits behind it, Kestrel Court and Kingfisher Court. And then just a slightly longer context section from the west, so you can just see the development site here, and then Heron Court here and Kestrel Court. So it just gives an idea of how it kind of fits into the landscape. So just some visuals. This is looking, south-easterly direction. And it's quite confusing because the site kind of curves, so it's difficult to describe exactly whether you're looking east or southeast, but it's about southeast. So as you can see, this is the community space here. This pathway here is the existing pathway up to the community orchard and allotments. This is where the electric vehicle space and accessible parking space for the community centre would be located. This is just a slightly longer view. Again, looking east from Swanborough Drive just gives an idea of how it fits into the overall landscape. And then a proposed visual looking northwest from Swanborough Drive. So again, if you were sort of standing on the street just outside Swanborough House, this is how the development would appear. Or at least an indication of how it would appear. And then this is just a central kind of street view of the development looking through to the orchard beyond. So you can see the separation between the two blocks there. And then just a visual, a sort of rear view from the orchard. And just another view, so this is looking in a kind of south-easterly direction. So in terms of representations, we've had objections from 13 individuals and a petition with 37 names, or at least we had objections from 13 individuals at the time of this presentation, although since the latest was published on Monday, we've received 2 more, so they were received yesterday. One from somebody who'd already previously objected, and another from a new objector. The main concerns raised relating primarily to parking overspill and highway safety issues. And all the representations are summarised in the committee report. So in terms of the key considerations, the principle of development, design, appearance, layout, scale and massing, housing mix and tenure, standard of accommodation, impact on residential amenity, sustainable transport, sustainability, landscape, arboriculture and biodiversity, and sustainable drainage. In terms of planning obligations, so an employment and training strategy would be required, a fee for the council to monitor biodiversity net gain provision over a 30-year period, and also just in terms of transport, I put there a fee for the council to monitor the travel plan, but a slight misunderstanding. So the local highway authority are requiring travel plan measures, which includes discounted bus services, car club membership and so on, but they're not actually requiring a full travel plan, so there is actually no need for travel plan monitoring fees in this instance. So in terms of the conclusion, general planning balance, so it's considered the principle of residential development is clearly established through the site allocation for 39 homes in policy H1 of the City Plan Part 2. The community use is considered to be complementary to the main residential use and has been proposed following community consultation. The scale, design and layout is considered to be acceptable given the topography of the site, the scale of the surrounding buildings and the significant housing need in the city. As I said before, all residential units would be affordable rented, which is welcomed, and would exceed the policy CP20 requirement of 40% affordable housing. Proposed housing mix very closely aligns with the preferred affordable housing mix for the city, set out in policy CP20. The standard of accommodation is considered acceptable. All units would meet the nationally described space standards, would include private balconies, have adequate outlook and would receive adequate light overall. It's acknowledged there is a significant loss of biodiversity on the site, but in terms of the 10% biodiversity net gain that they need to achieve, this can be gained off-site in a location very close to the site, Whitehawk Hill. So the council are basically looking to create a habitat bank in that area. So the site's been identified, and so the monitoring would be secured via a planning obligation. I mean, also worth pointing out that actually on the site itself, There'd be green roofs on top of the buildings. There'd be a number of fruit trees planted, hedgerows around the side of around the edges of the site as well. So it's not entirely off-site, but the majority of BNG would be off-site. There is some identified impact on the amenities of neighbouring properties, including a loss of daylight to two windows within Lynchmere and 8 windows at Heron Court. But overall, weighed up against the benefits of the scheme, it's not considered the impact is so harmful as to warrant a refusal of planning permission. You'll note from the committee report. You'll note from the committee report that initial concerns were raised by the local highway authority. Although, if you've seen the late list, you'll note that those objections they're no longer objecting. We've had their most recent comments. And the reason why they're no longer objecting in relation to concerns regarding overspill parking is that following their requests, a car club bay has been added onto the site, as well as a bike share hub. Then in addition to that, we've got some travel plan measures proposed, so in terms of bus discounts and in relation to the car club, although negotiations are ongoing in order to secure a car club provider. You'll also note that there's a bus stop immediately outside of the site, which is serviced by 2 buses, the 1 and the 21, both of which actually go through the city centre, and the 1 goes as far as Port Slade, so the other side of the city, and the 21 goes as far as Hove. So despite the fact that it's kind of in the outer zone, it is quite well connected in terms of public transport. In addition to that, there are actually 16 spaces identified on other council-owned car parks serving the residential blocks in the area, which can be rented. I think it's a weekly fee of, I think it varies from £1.50 to £4 a week, so not necessarily cost prohibitive, so they're also a material consideration in terms of parking. So for those reasons, we consider the impact on the highway network to be acceptable. Any disadvantages to the scheme are weighed against the significant benefits of providing 36 new affordable units in a community space. There's increased weight in the planning balance needs to be given to housing delivery as per the National Planning Policy Framework. So it's not considered that the proposed development would conflict with national and local planning policies. The Planning Commission is therefore recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. We will now move on to the speakers. So could I first ask if we've got Lauren O'Connor here, please? Hi. Come and have a seat. Yeah, thank you. Welcome, Lauren. Thanks for coming. You've got 3 minutes to speak, so you'll be timed. There's a button on the bottom right of your, and then when the light's on, that's when you can start. So start in your own time. Thank you.
My name's Lauren O'Connor. I represent the residents of Swanborough Drive. We're a close-knit community, and I'm here to voice our collective daily reality. We are not opposed to new homes. We understand the city's housing pressures. However, we strongly object to development being pushed forward without the infrastructure to support it. Since 2022, we have attended every consultation to raise one consistent issue: parking. Yet despite 4 years of feedback, the proposed parking provision remains unchanged. This meeting feels like our last chance to be heard. As our previous attempts at engagement have led nowhere, at a meeting in September 2025, a fellow resident and I were even promised a follow-up contact from Councillor Jill Williams and a planning officer, and that email never arrived. Swanborough Drive is a main cut through to Whitehawk, carrying far more traffic than a typical residential street. When parking is full, which is most days, cars and the number 21 bus frequently become gridlocked, forcing drivers to reverse long distances just to clear the road. Despite this, the scheme proposes dozens of homes with no general parking. According to the 2021 census, 56% of Whitehawk residents own at least one car. Applying this to development, we must expect 25 to 30 additional vehicles. Without allocated spaces, these cars will spill into surrounding streets, worsening a crisis already exacerbated by fire safety restrictions at nearby flats. Other local developments, such as Cubit, included underground parking to address this reality. This one does not. We've been consistent. We submitted an open letter and our street protest made the front page of the Argus. The public support we received proves it is a community-wide concern. The car light justification fails because local transport is declining. The 1A service was removed and replaced by the 1X, an express bus route service that skips our stops entirely to serve the wealthier parts of Kent Town instead. While the 1 and the 21 remain, they cannot solve the problem when parking itself in the road is physically blocked by Sorry, I said this wrong, I'll say it again. While the 1 and 21 remain, they cannot solve the problem when the road itself is physically blocked by overspill parking. We urge you to listen to lived experience and not just paper projections. Without meaningful changes to parking and its infrastructure, we ask you to refuse this application. Finally, I invite anyone here today to stand on Swanborough Drive on a weekday evening to see for yourself the congestion and how bad it is. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. I'll now call Ward Councillor Jill Williams to come and speak, please. Good afternoon, Councillor Williams. I think you know the procedure. Do start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to say that this is a council-owned site and this will be built by the council for the benefit of local people. And those of you who know me, when I talk about the housing crisis, this is precisely what councils ought to be doing. So I'm very proud to be in support of this particular project. It's all the more important because we know now it's in public domain that the 5 blocks, the high-rise blocks very near this project will be going through some serious stages of redevelopment, and therefore the parking issue, and I do appreciate the parking issue that's been raised, I really do. We have added another bus, by the way, number 23 goes along that route as well to help with that. But the parking issue will alleviate somewhat when these blocks are, I don't like to say the word demolished, they will be going through that soon. So these flats are even more needed because they're going to help rehome some of these people. This is the next phase for our new homes, neighbourhoods and development projects, and it's a very positive thing for White Cork, and it will help with that regeneration. Now, we have undertook a lot of consultation. I was present at much of it, along with Sarah, through 2022, 2024, and that's correct, parking does come up quite a bit. What's needed in that area immediately, and we have requested this, is better parking enforcement because there's a lot of illegal parking in that area, and we have requested that, and that's absolutely correct that we should be dealing with that. But, you know, I don't want you to think that we are not taking that seriously. So the last consultation, residents were invited to view the latest plans before Planning Commission came to us, and there were some very positive responses, and I do hope that this committee sees their way to approving this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We don't seem to be having a clock, unfortunately, but we are timing, so. Could I ask Stephen Driver? Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. Who's the agent? So you've got a button at the bottom right, and when the red light goes on, and do start when you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm the lead architect for this application. Today you are considering 36 affordable council-owned homes on a site specifically allocated for housing in the city plan. To put this into context, as of March 2025, there were over 6,000 people on the city's housing register, yet there were only around 600 social housing lets completed in the previous year. These are not just 36 flats. They represent an opportunity for 36 families to finally have a place to call home. The design proposal began in 2022 with planning for real events and continued through iterative community engagement. This scheme has been shaped by the people who live here. The residents stated a need for a social heart in Northern Whitehawk. As a result, we have integrated a flexible community space, a permanent piece of social infrastructure designed to foster cohesion and to support local groups, pop-up events, or a community cafe. The scheme provides a policy-compliant mix of 1, 2 and 3 bed homes, including 4 fully wheelchair-accessible units. These are high-performance homes utilising a fabric-first approach with air source heat pumps delivering housing that is highly sustainable and, crucially, affordable for tenants to heat. Architecturally, we have respected the context. The scale and massing have been carefully balanced to sit sympathetically between the existing 11-storey towers and the surrounding lower-rise homes, completing this corner of Swanborough Drive. In consultation with the local Highways Authority, we are proposing a car light scheme, prioritising pedestrians and public transport over private car use. In response to residents' concerns and Highways comments, our application includes dedicated accessible car spaces on site for blue badge holders, car club spaces and space for an e-bike hub, giving residents viable alternatives to private car ownership. It significantly upgrades the bus stop to improve the daily experience for all residents and provides high-quality, secure cycle storage and repair facilities. In addition, as part of the travel plan, the City's Council is offering new residents a range of measures to promote sustainable transport, including discounts for local buses, discounts for cycle and electric bike vouchers and bike share, discounts for car club membership. This approach supports the Council's wider decarbonisation goals. Finally, regarding habitat loss and BNG, we have maximised on-site mitigation through green roofs, rain gardens and sympathetic native planting. Regarding the on-site shortfall, we will seek to secure off-site credits at the Whitehawk Hill Habitat Bank within the South Downs National Park, ensuring a tangible ecological gain remains within the local community. In summary, this project is a critical component of the Council's commitment to building 2,000 affordable homes over the next 5 years. It's a community-led, sustainable and technologically robust response to an acute citywide need. I urge the committee to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go for some questions. Councillor Cattell, I think first out of the
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Stephen, could you go back? Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, given the net zero team's comments about the inconsistency and lack of some of the SAP calculations, are you satisfied that you're going to be able to comply with condition 10 in getting them all up to energy performance certificates of B? Thank you.
Yes, so Dexmar were appointed to do the energy consultation, and they've assessed the scheme, and as it is, it can comply with building regulations. There were some questions about whether or not it should have PV. So in its current form, it is a compliant proposal. Obviously, the next step is to do the complete energy strategy, which looks at exactly what units go in there and all the calculations. So the scheme that's presented complies. It can comply, but it can also comply better. It gives the contractor who would build it out the flexibility to maybe put mechanical ventilation with heat recovery into units, or use a more efficient type of air source heat pump, or provide PVs on the roof. Where we're in control of what we are, which is the fabric of the building, we have gone for a fabric first approach. So the U values are as low as they can really go before diminishing returns. So sorry if these are just random numbers, but 0.11 on the roofs and floors, and between 0.13 and 0.15 on the walls. So whereas you may be looking at a compliant level of 0.25 or 0.28, we're down at 0.1513. So we're in control of the fabric at this stage. We've really pushed that. So we've built in as much as we can. The next step is the engineering then to really define that finished product. But yes, it can do it. It can do it. It can do better. It can do brilliant if you get there. But it will hit when it needs to.
Thank you. That's really helpful. So obviously, when the contractor puts their quotes in and everything, they will be doing the actual as to be the SAT calculations based on the construction details rather than the kind of stage you're at now. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So Ben, as a case officer, will know there's more and more questions being asked at planning stage, which they're essentially building regulations bits. But yeah, the stuff that's done now shows that there is a clear path for compliance.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. You've talked about in your plan, we've talked about the parking situation for residents who are on site, and they provide parking for disabled residents of the site. Have you got any parking for disabled visitors to the site at all?
So at the moment, looking at the site holistically, there is one on-site car club bay, one on-site visitor bay, which calculation-wise is attributed to the visitor parking. Then there's the parking within the undercroft of the building, which is calculated out as one per space plus 2 additional. So there are 2 additional blue badge spaces, which could be either for residents or visitors. The other part of the puzzle which has come in is the car club bays. So there is some on-site and potential off-site car club bays in the area in front of the site, where at the moment it's chevrons. So it's not detracting from on-street car parking capacity. It's an addition to. But strictly to answer your question, yes, there are, how it's calculated, 4 designated spaces for the M43 units, and then 2 blue badge spaces, which could be visitor bays. But depending on how the council's parking strategy works, with whether they're attributed or there's a tiering for who's offered them, whether it's straight to residents who are in the wheelchair units, and then it's to general blue badge, and then the adaptable units and accessible tiering down.
Thank you. So I'm just, a nod or a shake will do for this one, but you've got no standard parking spaces on site. It's just disabled parking spaces, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, just enlarged bays. But there are motorcycle bays in the Undercroft as well. There's 5 of them in addition. But yes, on site are all sized so they can be blue badge.
And okay, how much cycle hangers or cycle storage space is there on site?
There are. It was amended, so I might get the wrong number, but it was calculated, and then we were encouraged by the Highways Authority to amend the calculation. So there is the long stay provision, which is fully compliant to the calculation, which I've got a feeling, if I looked at the drawing, it would say 46. Good nodding, thank you. And then there is the short stay provision, which is also a ratio calculated, which is outside the secure enclosure. That was slightly reduced from the 12, I think, required, but it's actually higher because we've now put the e-bike bike hub in. So there was a reduction in what was calculated as the designated parking bays for visitors to allow for the e-bike hub, which is 6 additional bike spaces. So there is, when you look at the whole scheme, including the allowance for the community hub, it exceeds the calculated requirements.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry if we're going down an alleyway of parking too much, but I was wondering, if you were involved in the consultation process, whether a conversation was had about bringing a controlled parking zone there, because I can imagine in that area you probably get quite a lot of tradespeople or people who are working in the city coming in, dropping off their car, hopping on a bus to go into the city. We all know that the land is very precious here, and we want to build out as many flats as we can rather than building underground car parks. So perhaps the answer to the residents' problem, and I'm thinking about Lauren there at the back, is to bring in a controlled parking zone. Anyway, was that discussed at all, please?
Sorry, hang on.
So the highways consultant did look at parking stress, because one of the things that was identified is it a commuter? Is it being used for commuter parking? It's quite hard to identify through the numbers, although anecdotally one would expect yes. Control parking zones are interesting things to discuss. You probably find lots of residents which may be for it and lots which are against it. So it wasn't discussed as something as part of this scheme. I imagine that's a wider discussion that has to be had with the client body and as part of the client and local authority as the discussion. But it wasn't something that was identified as a piece of what should be put forward in this application. It was a case of dealing with what we could deal with the car clubs, etc.
Thank you. I'm told we've got Highways on the call as well at the meeting online. Do you want to speak to Highways and get their input?
I imagine Nicola might tell us this isn't, I'm going down an alleyway that's not quite right for planning, would you say? Or should we ask?
No, you can ask Highways whether they feel it's necessary. I mean, to bring in a parking zone, they'd have to be a full consultation, which is obviously separate to the planning process. But we have got Highways on the call if you want to ask them some questions.
Can we please then? Yeah, good idea. Let's see what they've got to say.
Hello, Highways, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here, James. It's James. James Pearce. So yeah, in terms of when I assessing these proposals, I feel like I considered kind of the location of the bus stop and frequent services, and also that car club bays are being proposed, and data does suggest that they will, when a car club bay is implemented, that they basically take off 20 plus cars off the road. So, and when looking at the developers' assessment of likely parking associated with this site, they would suggest for affordable housing it's 45%. That's the average in Brighton and Hove, and so that roughly equates to 16 vehicles if residents owned one car. As I said, because it's close to the bus stop and also the other mitigation measures that they're proposing, I suggest that that's probably a likely figure. And so just one car club could actually take 20 vehicles off that road. So that would cover the 16 immediately. If, as the resident earlier was saying, that was a greater figure, then they are suggesting there could be more than just the one, and there could be one or two on street. So that kind of roughly covers that, as well as because of the estate parking that's available. That also, I'm sure, whilst I'm sure it is attractive for residents to have free parking on street, I'm sure at the lower fee that is being, that you can lease a space, that would probably be an attractive option for some as well. So when you're looking at the figures, it's kind of bringing them down, really. So and yes, in terms of the CPZ, if a CPZ is proposed in the future, yes, that can be considered by the local highway authority. But yeah, I don't really have any other information about that in terms of whether that's been discussed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Let me go to Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. Well, actually, I was going to say about the transport, because in the sustainable transport, they've objected, but I believe it was said that they're satisfied now or something, but this is a very remote spot here. Some questions I was going to ask was, when you said about local, you didn't say it's about the housing list. Is that for local people?
I think Councillor Williams has gone. Is there somebody else who can answer that question?
Hello, who are you?
Hello, I'm Sarah Potter, so I'm a project manager in the estate regen team. So just to say, it's all the new homes would be let to people on the housing register, the council's housing register. So that's households with a local connection in demonstrable housing need.
I presume there's lifts in these buildings. I don't know if there is. And if they are, I just wondered about the wheelchair accessible units. I presume they could be on the ground floor, which would help, because lifts do break down.
Yep, so there are, because of the number of units, they are on the first and second floor, but they are all within the storey range of the council's definition of the tiers of what can be an M43 unit. They're in the Zone 1 building, which is served by 2 lifts. So there's double redundant lifts. One of the lifts is a firefighting lift, but they are both sized for wheelchair and accessibility uses. So it's full compliance with M43, all the way from level access from the car park space into the building, into the lift, down the corridor, into the flats and around the flats themselves.
That sounds good. There was something in the report about the outside area should be fenced off because of children playing and that. Are you going to do that, do you think?
So what we had to consider on that point was 2 aspects. So there was the need to provide some enclosure for security, but then also the need to provide environmental permeability, shall we say. So what we will be proposing is there's a hedge line with tree planting in it. We will enclose the rear of the site, but with a more low-level fence, so it's not going to be a big close-boarded fence. Obviously, where there are any edge areas, so because of the hill, there's an area between the 2 blocks, there'll be a full balustrade there to stop any falls, but it's essentially a tiering of protection. So around the outside of the site will be a full hedge line with tree planting in it, so a soft barrier. But when it gets into the detail, you can choose planting which would dissuade people going through it. Obviously, we need to provide access. So to the right-hand side of the main building is an access way to the site, but that has a fence with a gate along it. And then there is the balustrades for full protection. So it's not designated as an area where we're encouraging residents to go and use it. It's very much an environmental aspect.
Yeah, just one more question. Do you know how often the buses actually run to this area? Is it quite often? Onto highways or anything else there?
Yeah, that might be better for them to ask, because I don't know the exact timetables, but I know from being there the frequency is quite high.
James, you still there?
Yes, it's every 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes.
3 buses, right? They were adding a 3rd one. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parrott.
Just to reassure Councillor Theobald, as someone who catches the number 1 regularly, it's a very, very frequent bus service. I just wanted to ask actually about mobility scooters. Is there any space or designated cover for mobility scooters? Because obviously as well as wheelchair flats, fully accessible wheelchair flats, we've got fully adaptable flats. So I just wondered about, obviously some people don't necessarily need wheelchair use, but they do have mobility scooters.
So this scheme at the moment doesn't have a communal charging point in it. The M43 units within their entrance hallways have the compliant space that's designed to be allowed for 2 wheelchairs side by side in a kind of transition. So you can have your external scooter or external wheelchair there plugged in charging whilst you then transition into an internal wheelchair. But it wasn't briefed to have a communal wheelchair store, scooter store. they do come with considerations that have to be given about charging. It's the same reason why e-bikes, we're seeing a lot of schemes where we're being asked to provide e-bike charging, but actually it gives a massive fire safety issue, because unlike with e-chargers for cars, there aren't the same level of, a level playing field on batteries and chargers. You have to provide for a myriad of systems. So with this, they can be in the M43 units. There is space for them. The M42 units, generally there isn't a requirement, but obviously there is a requirement in the building regulations for them to have a larger entrance hall, which these all have. So as the adaptable unit is adaptable, the wheelchair unit is fully wheelchair compliant. And of course, the question about the lift, you can get in the building and up and to it, so it's not like the lift's a bit too small to progress through.
Councillor Murphy?
So I don't want to do the transport thing to death. I just wanted to make sure that the travel transport thing, we're not being too creatively accounting this. My understanding is that in the blocks itself there are 4 wheelchair spaces and 2 ordinary ones, right? Then we've got a car club one, which we're asked to assume is the equivalent of 20 cars. Then we're also being told there's another 16 spaces in the developments elsewhere, but then they may or may not be filled up by other residents of those blocks when there's a turnover of people. We're also worried about the amount of congestion of things around there, and also I think about the buses. So I think the buses do run frequently, even though there's not a 1X, but then the 1X was never scheduled to go up there anyway, I think, as far as I know. So are we okay? Okay, we're not double counting, triple counting. We are happy that there are, because a number of people are going to be there, may not be commuting to Brighton, they may be living there and driving away. So it may not be an either or. The fact there's good buses there and no parking is of no use to them, because they're not going to use a bus, because the bus doesn't go to where they work. Sorry.
Is this one for highways rather than the agent? James?
Hello again. Yes, no, there isn't double accounting as far as I can see. Yes, there will be some people who choose to own a car and drive on the highway, but on balance, when looking at the numbers, as I said earlier, that's where we can't really object to it. But we found it acceptable in the end. There are, as I say, there is the estate parking, and it has been, I think it was from October last year. It was October last year that it was stated that there was 16 available in their in buildings that are close by to the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. Sorry, I've lost my questions now. So my question, first of all, I wanted to ask about how residents are able to get hold of the discounted bus tickets, or the cycle and electric bike vouchers. Are they just for the residents who are living in this new build, or will they be available for other people living in the area? And how do they get these vouchers?
I think that's a question for highways, not for the agent. James?
Yes, I think it would be for the first residents of these new blocks only. That's what usually that's the case when there's vouchers and discounted tickets such as this in the transport in the travel plan measures. In terms of how they get them, that would be it should be something which, when they upon their lease, or when they'll be informed of how they can contact the council to receive them.
Thanks. Can I also ask just about transport? Sorry. So the cars that are already currently parked on the road, I assume they will remain able to park where they're currently parking. There's no intention to move them elsewhere. And what was I was just thinking about the resident who currently lives there, saying that there's already an issue with congestion. Are we anticipating that even though we haven't got that many parking spaces on site, there will be extra cars?
James?
Highway, sorry.
Yeah, there's no parking bays on streets being removed as part of this development, so we'll be losing no spaces there. And then in terms of the second, sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Yeah, it was related to congestion. Are you anticipating extra congestion?
Personally, in terms of what's there now and what would be there in the future, that I don't think there would be a significant impact. Yes, there'd be a slight impact and then maybe a slight increase, but yeah, we wouldn't consider that significant in terms of when looking at the overall picture.
Thank you. Thanks, James. I'm moving away from parking. Sorry. I feel like we've done the transport thing to death. Could I ask about the community space? I don't know if this is one that might be for you, Stephen. Could you tell me, because I know that there was something that residents had mentioned, in the area. How has that come about? Because obviously, I mean, this is presumably at the cost of having extra units of accommodation, but could you tell me a little bit about the community space, please?
Yes, so that was identified in one of the planning for real, the very early community engagements, which was kind of echoed again at later engagements, is that whilst there are other community spaces in Whitehawk, in fact, we had one of the community engagements at one of these spaces, they're, shall we say, halfway down or slightly lower in the Whitehawk area. There are some community rooms in some of the bird blocks up the top, but there isn't a northern, shall we say, Whitehawk community hub. So this is what this is trying to do. It's not a specific function. So it's a community space that's a large hall that can be used flexibly and some rooms off of that and a kitchen kind of area that's seen as a mid between domestic and commercial kind of kitchen. So it's not like there's a cafe here, but it could be a community cafe. It's the kind of space that can be used flexibly. So whether they want to have meetings, clubs gathering there, and it's right up the front. So whilst invariably you could look at it and go, you could fit a 4-bed unit in there or 2-3 beds kind of, it's right on the street frontage. So actually it's an inviting dynamic space right on the corner. So it doesn't really detract from the number of residential units we've managed to get on the site, but it does do that integration bit. So it's a space for local and wider local residents to bring it all together rather than just being, another housing development.
Great, thank you. My next question is about the biodiversity, because I read on one of the objections that apparently the council had designated this as a conservation area. Does that include this patch of land, or is that the sort of orchards and allotments adjacent? Does anyone know? Is that one for you? Oh, Ben.
Probably. So it is a local wildlife site or part of a wider local wildlife site. But it's to say that it had some biodiversity interventions in the past in terms of there was a sort of a bee bank put on there or bank for invertebrates. Okay. So it has been used for biodiversity in the past, but obviously to some extent that was superseded by the housing allocation that was part of an adopted plan.
Okay, great, thank you. And then my last question is about windows. This is probably for you as well, Ben. I think I've written down 2 windows in Linchmere and then 8 windows somewhere else are going to be affected by loss of light. And I wasn't sure how many flats that meant were affected. And how many flats are affected by that? Thank you.
It's quite difficult to say windows because there's a lot of windows on the block, and without sort of knocking on doors, from looking at the sunlight and a daylight assessment, it's an estimate, but it's about 3 units. So 1 unit in Linchmere and 2 units within Heron Court. That's my understanding.
Okay, great, thank you. Is anybody else? TJ, Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, I was wondering if we could talk about access into the green space, because obviously you've got the community orchard just behind where you're building the site. What is access to that going to be like? Will there be, I know there's a pathway that runs alongside the site, so you can kind of wrap around if you want to, but is there any form of direct access into that green space, because obviously there won't be any green space itself within the site.
So my understanding is the main access will remain as the path that's already there, and you can see there's a pathway that runs to that pathway from the site, and then you can go up. So there's correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not aware of any new accesses being provided into the community orchard as part of the development.
Yeah, so as part of the ecological package, whilst we need to maintain that connection, you have to be considerate of increasing or enhancing that connection too much, and then you can actually damage the ability for that area to perform its ecological function. So we're not creating a new access in because that might have created more ways through for the residents, almost in a bad way. So we're using that existing established access that's got a path and then an unmade path up there, so it's not going to increase like trampling of the fauna, and it just controls the point at which the access is through to the established access. So secure by design kind of considerations. You're not bringing people into the back of that building where they can then wander their way around.
Councillor Pickett, I think after this question we're going to start having to move on because we've got a really, really long agenda today. I'm sorry to rush you.
So just in terms of the planting, I'm just wondering, so will the trees that you intend to plant at the front or around the building kind of mimic the what's planted, the orchard behind? Is that the intention?
Yeah, so the current landscape architectural proposal looks at the local wildlife and the local tree planting, so it's trees within hedges. So it's very much bringing the orchard from behind the site right the way through to the frontage, with tree planting along the front as well.
Great. We need to take a 2-minute break and then we will start with the debate. Thank you. We're still missing a member.
Sorry, yeah, just one really quick question. It was just related to a pre-meet question that we had before about the railings on the balconies and whether or not, I know Councillor Cattell said that she was not very happy with with the railings. I just wondered at this point, is it something that we can consider in this application, or is it something that, that can be discussed later on?
So there is a condition relating to further details in relation to materials. So if members were unhappy with the use of railings, I mean, it's not a sort of foregone conclusion. We can explore materials further through the discharge of condition process when we ask for more detailed details regarding materials. So that's sort of a post planning kind of stage where you just deal with the approval of details for conditions. So we could go over the detail then, if that helps.
Thank you. Any more questions? I don't want to rush anybody, by the way. I just think we all need to be aware that we've got 7 applications today. So let's move to debate. Who would like to start? Councillor Theobald.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I like the design. I think it's a very good design. And it's good that, the residents there would have balconies and terraces. I'm pleased it's all affordable and it's in the adopted city plan. I like the community space. I think that is very good for people having meetings and coffee mornings and things like that. I would have liked to have seen more car parking, because I think there could be a problem, because you do have people like nurses and van drivers that work, that need a car space. So I hope that the car parking and the congestion will be sorted out, because I do think this development is rare for us, because we don't get many of these in. And it would be very good for residents in Brighton and Hove, so I have to say I can't object to this, and I will be approving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nam.
I think you can appreciate the inconveniences it will cause to the local community, and they've identified them, but also, agree that on balance, the creation of 36 of these properties, given the desperate need we have for such housing, falls in favour of saying yes. I'll be saying yes. And I think the stuff that comes after, if it does manifest, can be managed, and we're nowhere near managing our housing problem, so it's a yes from me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. I do agree with what Councillor Theobald was saying about the parking, but welcome to the housing crisis. We are so short on housing. Beggars can't be choosers. We've sat there. We've sat here, tried planning regularly. We've not got enough houses, and now unfortunately, we need housing more than parking. I think there is room still to develop, especially on the transport plan. I think there's explorations around about the 1X, for example, perhaps routing up to Swanborough Drive as part of its route as well, just going forward. I think there's room for that. Other negotiations looking at how buses interact with that corner of Whitehawk as well, to make sure that residents really do have everything they need to not need a car, including, I know there's 44 cycling spaces, but that's not even 2 per block. So the more cycling spaces we can get in there to just make sure we can tick off every box to say that we've tried everything to make sure you don't need a car to live in this place would be great. But we need houses. I like it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think it looks lovely. I mean, looking at the visual I've got in front of me, Carol and I said, it looks a bit like a hotel, doesn't it? But anyway, it looks, I think it's a lovely design, nice orchard behind, nice to have a lot of greenery around it. And yes, what's not to like about 36 new social housing units? I do think as an organisation for the future, we need to think a little bit more about how we can provide more parking in this area when we come to build other properties. I don't know whether there needs to be some kind of multi-storey car park, because there are people who, like our own workers, perhaps somebody working at the Morscombe Housing Centre, it's not easy to get from this area on a bus into town and back up again. But anyway, we are where we are, and it looks lovely, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cattell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, this one is a typical kind of planning balance. I mean, we are advised in the MPPF to look at the planning balance, and I think, the pros weigh heavily against the cons on this one. And I think what Councillor Williams said about the fact that those blocks are going to be demolished at some point means that in the future we can look at the parking again, because obviously those blocks were built at a time when car ownership was fairly low. So there will be a future sort of thing to, I can't think of the right word, good outcome for the parking there. But yeah, design's lovely, and I think we're doing our best, Carol, with trying to get more council housing forward. They don't always come to planning committee, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just bring in our head of planning, Nicola, on this, because we need to talk about the other blocks.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, there's been no decisions made on the wider blocks in the area, so I just wanted to kind of just clarify and confirm that no decision has been made about the future of those blocks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Earthy.
Yes, I was just going to raise as a point of order before you said that, just to make sure that what does or does not happen to those other blocks is not of any material consideration today. Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, ticks all the boxes. I really like it. But can we please take note of and act on all the resident problems and issues, some of which have been raised here today and others in the documentation. So can we take on board resident issues with congestion, buses, parking, and whatever? Thank you.
Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I just want to echo what I think everybody else has said. And I'd just like to add as well that I think really happy with the biodiversity efforts as well. In terms of design, this building has got great lighting. The bats will be happy. There are bee blocks or bricks. I can't remember which one it is. I can't say it. Oh my goodness. Move on. All the other things. It's a great design. The only issue is the parking, which is unfortunate because we do need this housing. So it's great. Thank you, and I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parrott.
Yeah, I think this also agree this is a really great design. I fully hear the concerns about parking, but what I would like to say is that this has been designed with people with disabilities in mind, which really pleases me a lot that, we've really, really considered that. We do have obviously a lack of disabled units everywhere, and people are really struggling. So this is really great that we've got these blocks with, that's specifically designed with these people in mind. It's fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't got an awful lot to add. I don't want to even mention parking, but I was going to say apparently they're going to have better enforcement, so if we can look forward to that, then that's great. Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Great. Shall we move on to... That was the only major application we have today. Oh, Councillor Robinson? Another 2-minute break, everybody. Item B, over to Michael. This is Long Hill School, BH 2025-02499.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. This is application BH 2024/02499 at Long Hill School, Rottingdean. And the application is for the installation of a full-size synthetic 3G pitch with floodlighting and fencing, and the pitch would replace part of the existing natural grass area of the school field. Here's a map of the application site, indicated by the red marker and the black arrow. It's in the northern part of Rottingdean to the west of Falmer Road. This is the location plan, but there's quite a lot going on in that drawing, so I'll just go straight to this aerial photo. So you can see the school field in the middle there. The red shape in the middle of that field, that's approximately where the new pitch would go. And this zoomed out photo shows you a bit more of the context. So you've got the school buildings there to the west of the field, with houses beyond. You've got more dwellings to the south on Rowan Way and Ely Drive. To the east, you've got some hard-standing tennis courts, which are part of the school site, and then Falmer Road beyond, and beyond that, downland farmland, which is within the South Downs National Park. And to the north, on the other side of the vale, you've got some more fields which are part of the school estate. This is the proposed plans. This has been rotated, so north is now left. And you can see it's a full-size football pitch. It's approximately 97 by 64 metres or so, in a sort of sand and typical rubber crumb surface, which would be in a green colour to imitate grass. There would be asphalt areas at either goal end and also along part of the western boundary of the pitch, which is on the bottom of this picture. And there would be 6 floodlights and 4.5 metre high fencing around the edges. This is just one of the elevations, gives you a sense of the fencing, which is a green wire mesh with a solid part to the lowest, the lowest section as part of the containment measures for the pitch, and the floodlights rising to 15 metres in height. This is the design map for the floodlighting illumination. So I've indicated the numbers there on the right just because they're a bit hard to see, but the pitch is being illuminated to somewhere between 150 and approximately 300, and then it quite sharply drops off. So the first blue line, that's the 50 lux contour, and the outer blue line, that's 5 lux, which is still well within the boundaries of the school site. And this is the noise map that's been prepared by the applicant. So I'll talk about it a bit more later, but the relevant guidance is that the average noise over a 1 hour period doesn't exceed 50 decibels. And the boundary between the yellow and the light green shows where that point is on the field. And you can just about see the numbers on the houses to the south of the field. Because some of those houses are on higher ground, the noise levels are slightly greater because of the way sound works. And you can see that the number at the nearest house there is 50, which is still within the guidance. Received quite a few objections, 98 objections. That's very briefly summarised there, summarised in more detail in the officer reports. And 126 letters of support. We've also had an objection from Councillor Fishley and letters of support from Councillor Allen and Councillor Goddard. The key considerations: the principle of the development, the design and appearance, the impact on the national park, well, I should say the setting of the national park, the impact on neighbouring community, and transport. And our conclusions are that because of the characteristics of artificial pitches, they are suitable for more frequent use, and because this pitch is floodlit, it can be used at times of the day where the natural pitch wouldn't be able to be used. And so that does provide an enhancement of the sports facilities available to the school. And they're also proposing to make the pitch available to the local community groups, local sports teams, to use outside of school hours. So there's a wider community benefit to that as well.
The proposals, we have no concerns with the design and appearance of the development, and I talked about the floodlighting earlier. That's been amended since the initial submission to be a more rigorous and strict design, so there's less light spill, and we are happy with the impact on the setting of the national park, which with its dark skies policy on that basis. Sport England did originally object, but following some further clarifications, they've withdrawn that objection subject to several of the conditions within the recommendation, which include things like a community use agreement to set out how and when the pitch will be available for the non-school use. Also, there's some refurbishment of some of the dilapidated cricket nets that's taking place to make up for the loss of a cricket wicket on the pitch. We do recognise that there are some drawbacks and some concerns that have been raised about the environmental impact of the rubber surface material. However, there's no local policy or national policy opposing this material at this time. The latest position from Sport England is that these pitches can be allowed to go ahead as long as they include robust containment measures to try and minimise the spread of the infill material, both from an environmental impact and just from a sustainability standpoint, to minimise the amount of topping up that needs to be done over the lifetime of the pitch. We do also recognise that because this pitch is floodlight, and the flip side of some of the benefits I talked about before is that there is the potential for noise disturbance for some of the nearby residents. And we do recognise that. However, the applicants demonstrated that the most relevant published guidance is being complied with. Our environmental protection team are happy with the application and have raised an objection, and we are securing further mitigation measures for some of those louder impact sounds like whistles and shouting, which is a characteristic of these sorts of pitches. And lastly, in terms of transport, we are, it's not actually in the report, but it will be added, is an extra condition to secure an updated school travel plan to address the use of the pitch during school hours, and we're also securing separate travel plan measures which are a similar vein for the non-school use to encourage sustainable travel and minimise car usage. And so on that basis, we are recommending approval subject to those conditions and subject to securing a financial contribution towards the BNG proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask if Terry Rose is with us, please? If you'd like to come and take a seat, sir. Welcome to Planning Committee. You have 3 minutes. You've got a button on the bottom right. If you press that, the little light will come on, and then do start when you're ready. Thank you.
How's that? Okay, good. Okay, so thank you, Chair and members. As a neighbour, I object to this application on the grounds that it fails to comply with several Brighton and Hove City Council policies and the government's National Planning Policy Framework, that's NPPF. 1, the noise impact. Impulsive noise has not been properly assessed. This is the dominant noise with these 3G pitches, and this conflicts with policies DM20, CP12, NPPF paragraphs 130 and 191. 2, incorrect baseline noise levels. The submitted acoustic assessment is not robust or site-specific and does not reflect the actual residential conditions. This conflicts with policy DM20, NPPF paragraph 187. 3, 7 properties have bedrooms and rear gardens between 5 and 15 metres above the proposed pitch. Acoustic fencing will not adequately protect these elevated homes. This is contrary to policies DM20, CP12. 4, no adequate travel plan and parking management plan. There is no clear enforceable site travel plan covering operation between 8 and 21 hours daily. It fails to manage peak demand and will lead to congestion and overspill. This conflicts with policies CP9, DM33, DM36. 5, overspill parking on the school field. This risks regular destruction of the remaining grass, playing and recreation space for school pupils. This conflicts with policies CP16, DM36, CP10. Because of the 3-minute limit, I can't cover every issue that we take issue with on the application. The application is not robust, and if it goes ahead, we'll effectively urbanise a quiet, semi-rural area. For these reasons, I ask the committee to either turn down the application or pause it until a much more detailed assessment has been carried out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I now call Councillor Allen, who I think is online. And because we have two ward councillors, good afternoon, sir. Because we have two ward councillors, one speaking, yes, we need to split the time. So you've got 1.5 minutes, if you'd like to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me loud and clear? All you have to do is nod. Very good. At its heart, this is about opportunity. Should the pupils of Long Hill High School have a facility which every other school is already benefiting from? I say unapologetically that children in the east of the city deserve the very best facilities, even when there can be drawbacks to balance. This facility will benefit Long Hill High School, but it will also benefit the wider community. A high quality all-weather 3G pitch means all year round sport and a safe, reliable place for PE lessons and for local clubs to use like Woodindean Wanderers Football Club. It means fewer cancelled sessions in the winter, fewer muddy fields out of action, and more people engaged in healthy, positive activity. Planning decisions are all about balancing impacts. In this case, the social, educational and health benefits are demonstrable and long-term. I can see no robust planning reason why this should not be approved today. Investing in this pitch is investing in our young people. Dismissal of these proposals would be a travesty and a kick in the teeth for the kids of Woodindean and of East Brighton. So I therefore urge the Planning Committee to approve this planning application today with the conditions the officers have so eloquently laid out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I go to Councillor Fishley? Good afternoon.
Hi. Before my time starts, I think I should declare an interest. Do you think? Well, it's just that I am the designated premises supervisor for Rottingdean's football and cricket clubs. My husband is on the committee and he's a coach. So we're very much putting our money where our mouths are in terms of grassroots sports. That's my declaration of interest. Then I've got a prop.
And you're a speaker. You're not making any decisions, so it's totally
No,
fine.
okay, fine. I've just got a little prop. Can you see that?
No.
Can you now?
Okay, time starting now.
Okay, well, what I'm trying to show you, I hope you can see, are some of the rubber crumb particles that made their way into our home after my son played on a 3G pitch last night. They are black because rubber crumb is made from shredded tyres. They are microplastics. My son bashes his boots and shakes his kit outside where the microplastics fall onto our garden. They get into the water system through our washing machine, and for absolutely years I didn't know what the black specks were that constantly appeared on his bedroom floor. The EU will ban rubber crumb from being used in 3G pitches from 2031. Today we are able to set our own course. And so I'm here today to ask you to refuse this application using the MPCs of nature conservation and environmental impact. We are part of the living coast and have declared a climate and biodiversity emergency. Continuing to build any more 3G pitches in our city with microplastics is not compatible with maintaining these environmental credentials. If any of you approve this application, then you will be knowingly agreeing to even more entirely avoidable microplastics being released into our ecosystem. As some of you know, there are in fact alternatives to rubber crumb, which could and should be used at Long Hill and in any other new 3G pitches in our city. Plans are already being devised to trial an alternative 3G surface at Happy Valley. So would you want your loved ones to be playing on microplastics at Long Hill like this, or an environmentally and people-friendly alternative at Happy Valley? Finally, of course, like Councillor Allen, I recognise the importance of outdoor sports for children. That's why I'm involved with the cricket club. But playing on microplastics is really not the answer. So just to remind you, that's like one player for an hour, and that's just the debris, and I've just spilled it everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, point of order or something. So, I hear what Councillor Fishley was saying about the proposal at Happy Valley, but again, we were told that's, you know, not to be talked about.
I think what we say to you with any planning application is we have to assess the application before you, and that's what members need to do is assess this application. In terms of the potential ideas that are developing from Happy Valley, that's a separate issue. I understand that's more for grass rather than a 3G pitch in this respect, so it's completely different, and it's not something that members should be considering. Right.
We were asked not to speak about it.
Could I call on the applicant? I've got several names down here. I'm not quite sure whether we have Woodingdean Wanderers or head teachers or anybody from Long Hill. Oh, right. Okay. Hello. Are you?
Speak, they'll have amenity.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. If there, I don't know how you're planning to speak, but if you'd like to come to the public speakers chair there, you have 3 minutes. Are you doing it between you, or are you? So whoever is the second person who wants to speak, do they want to come and sit up here as well, so you can?
Actually, sorry. I lost one on the way here.
That's careless. Excellent. Good afternoon. So if you want to, when you're ready to start speaking, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves as well, then you've got the little red button on the bottom right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Downs. I am one of the coaches and trustees of Woodingdean Wanderers Football Club. This proposal is not just about football, it's about physical and mental health inclusion and belonging, which have been the core values of Woodingdean Wanderers since the club was formed in 1994. For those that do not know us, we are a community football club run by volunteers, and we're also a registered charity. We support players from as young as 6 years old right through to our veterans teams. That means children taking their very first steps into teamwork and confidence, teenagers finding structure and purpose, adults maintaining physical and mental well-being, and older players staying active, connected and engaged. We are immensely proud of all our 27 teams, but the little piece of my heart belongs to our Wildcats, which is the largest all-girls football section in the area. These teams help girls grow in confidence and leadership, qualities they take into education, careers and life. Brighton and Hove is currently at the forefront of championing girls' sporting provisions. Woodingdean Wanderers are also launching walk-in and disability football to include as many people as possible, but more inclusion can only come with reliable facilities. Right now, too many youth matches get cancelled because the grass pitches are waterlogged and unplayable. Every cancellation means players miss out on exercise and the positive routine football gives them. An all-weather pitch fixes this. It means sport can continue all year round. It reduces cancellations, increases participation and stops young people drifting away from sport altogether. In supporting this application, you are investing in the health, inclusion and community resilience now and for generations to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rochelle Otokovsky. I am the head teacher at Long Hill High School. Long Hill High School and our Long Hill Sports Centre believe in something very simple, that the heart of a community should beat through its schools. And this project allows us to make that belief real. This is not something that has been imposed from the outside. This is a community-led vision. In 2023, when Woodingdean Wanderers approached us with an idea for building a 3G pitch at Long Hill, we already held the same ambition. My top priority in my job has always been to give my pupils the same opportunities that other secondary schools in Brighton and Hove already enjoy. Right now, too many of our pupils miss out when the weather turns or the light fades. This pitch changes that. It means PE lessons, after-school clubs and training can run all year round, no matter what the conditions. With shop pad technology built in, it will also support rugby as well as football, broadening the sporting curriculum for our children. And with the refurbishment of the old cricket nets on site, it will bring cricket back to life here too. We also do recognise, of course, that these new facilities bring concerns, and that's why we have designed this project with care and responsibility, including noise mitigation measures to protect our neighbours. Working with Lewes Rugby Football Club and Woodingdean Wanderers, this project will focus especially, as my colleague said, on girls and women's sport.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you. You've had your minute and a half.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Let's go to councillors. Anybody got any questions? Councillor Cattell.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions I'd like to ask. I mean, I think, providing additional sports facilities, all-weather sports facilities is fantastic. And I mean, against the background of the fact that we've actually just launched a kind of campaign to get more girls into sport as well. So everything about this has got lots and lots of good things about it. But as Councillor Fishley said, one of our concerns is the toxicity of the materials. And I wondered, had you considered any other forms of finish? And I looked up something earlier today, and in Glasgow, they've decided to get rid of all of their 3G pitches. That's just one. So that's something, because you have to submit details as part of the condition, as part of the planning permission if we grant it, then I wonder if you could get into discussion with our sustainability team on that one, to decide if there is an alternative, because there are several out there. And the other thing is, if on the plans you've shown this anti-toxic grill so that people can, scrape their boots and shoes off as they come off. How does this work? Because I looked them up, and I couldn't work out what happens to those bits. I mean, do they go into the drainage system, which I hope they don't, or do they get cleared, every week or something? Thank you. Sorry if that's a bit, off.
I'm not really sure that it's up to these people to have to respond to that. I'm not quite sure. Would it be, Michael, are you able to respond?
I'm not sure how much I have to say.
What was Dean Wanderers to?
Thank you, Councillor. So the issues with the choice of pitch material are something that we are aware of. We've not specifically asked them to change the material or explored any alternative options directly with them, because there is no basis on which we can ask for that according to to current local and national policy. The evidence is still emerging, and Sport England and their partners are doing more research currently to try and establish what the risks are and how significant they are. And as I said before, for the time being, that they say that these pitches can go ahead as long as mitigation and containment measures are included, which are within this pitch. We do have the applicant's consultants hopefully on the call who might have more to add. I don't know if Graham is there to speak, but I might pass it over to you, Graham.
Yes, James, thanks. Thank you. I'll be very short on my response. In response to the detox grids and to answer how they operate, effectively they collect, as one of the mitigation measures, the infill from the pitch. There is still a maintenance requirement for that, because the infill has to be recollected from that detox grid and then redistributed back into the pitch itself. So that's it doesn't from that detox grid go back into any of the drainage. There's no connection to the drainage system for that, so it's just redistributed. In terms of the infill materials, there are alternative infill options available. These are now been introduced into various systems within the UK. What the councillor earlier previously mentioned and correctly said, that there is a ban within the coming into force within the EU. That's obviously not currently in place within the UK, and until such times as that happened, we as a designer have to include all necessary mitigation measures for any facility, which includes kickboards, which we've increased in height, detox grids, and any of the relevant silt traps within the drainage system to prevent the escape of these infills from the pitch. And these have all been introduced within the design of this pitch. So all available mitigation measures have been included as part of this pitch proposal.
Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Well, thank you very much. But I'm just thinking, if you don't ask, you don't get. I appreciate that there's nothing to hang it on, but we have in the past asked for, ask applicants to consider alternatives, and that's all I was doing. I'm not saying that we, should refuse it just because. I'm saying that it is recognised, and I think it's interesting to see what Councillor Fishley had in her piece of tissue. And I'm glad to hear that the detox system does work to a point. Thank you.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. You talked about some mitigations that have been thought through and will be implemented in consideration for the neighbours. So, of reading a lot of the objections, a lot of the neighbours' concerns are about noise. So we heard some things when we were visiting the school, did the site visit yesterday, about where the spectators are going to sit and about whistles. Could you repeat that for the wider public so we all totally understand what consideration is being given to the residents, please?
Yeah, I'll have to look it up because I wouldn't know that all. Sort of the detail of it and meters and stuff off the top of my head. So if I can look that up.
As we've got some agents on here as well, haven't we?
Oh,
Might be able to answer.
Yeah.
There's somebody else with you who might not be able to answer. Could you just go with me, Councillor?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, hello.
Could you just introduce yourself?
Yeah, Jimmy Hollingworth. I'm the school business manager at Long Hill High School. There has been a lot of work around the noise and trying to mitigate that through agreements with the letting people. So when they sign a letting agreement with us, they agree that they're not going to upset our neighbours. There will be signs on the pitch talking about being respectful towards our neighbours. There will be kickboards and netting which will reduce the noise from the balls being kicked around. And we'll also be talking about reducing the shouting on the pitch, and the use of whistles are reduced. I think they're not used after 7 o'clock. But I need to check the actual details on that. So there have been some mitigating things put in the plan, which I think has been presented to the planning officer.
Do you have another question?
Just one follow-up. There was also consideration of the length of time and the eye time across the year, and any kind of disturbance for the neighbours in their gardens. And of course, the school is closed over the summer period. So how will that kind of work, please? Just in a very general sense. Thank you.
Obviously, the football season is from August to May. That's when it will be mainly used late into the evening and at weekends. I can understand that neighbours might want to be in their garden without being disturbed, without any disturbance. But that will be the main period where there will be disturbance. The letting of the pitch will probably reduce within those later hours, because demand will be talking about or teams will want to use the pitch earlier in the day rather than later nights.
Any more questions? Councillor Theobald.
I just have two questions for the officer, actually, if that's all right. The first one is, what is the actual distance between this pitch and the houses there? What would be the distance? And secondly, the condition 18 on here, is that an error? It misses out Saturday.
I think so. The distance from the very edge of the proposed pitch to the nearest house is around 50 metres, but the distance from the centre of the pitch, because obviously most activity won't be taking place on the very, very edge of the pitch, but the distance from the centre is more like 90 metres. Is it condition 18? I'll just have a look.
Did you have other questions, Councillor Theobald? Okay.
Yes, we have. We can. Oh, yeah. So the flood. Yeah. So the floodlighting condition does miss out Saturday. We can add that. It would be the same hours as. No, it is a mistake. Yes. Apologies for that, Councillor.
Councillor Earthy.
Sorry, I'd just like to go back to what Councillor Cattell was saying. I do apologise. Just to do with crumb, I'm just wondering if you had considered using anything natural. For example, there is the sand and olive stone infill, which actually performs much better than crumb. For example, it's cooler in summer and things like that. I know this is going to be a really expensive project for the school, and if the law were to change in 5 years and you're told you've got to dig it up and start again, whatever, wouldn't it be better perhaps to just sort of go with a natural product in the first place so that you know that you won't have to change it, and that it will provide something healthier for the kids as well?
We're using the Football Foundation's framework for this development, so the specification is as per their specification, which is the rubber crumb. We have to show to the Football Foundation that we are putting in, or we need to give them access to our sink fund to show that we have money available to change the pitch within the 10-year framework. So that money will be there if a change is required.
Councillor Earthy?
Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions. On the effectiveness of the detox boxes, what are they, 100% effective or not? Because the two things, obviously from Councillor Fishley's sample, it's quite clear they can't be 100% effective because our son has managed to bring some of it home. But even whether or not they were, when the pitch gets subject to rain, does the rainwater wash the any of the loose crumb off and then into surrounding grounds? Or do the detox boxes completely isolate the pitch from the rest of the world? Oh, sorry, yeah. And the other question I have is about car park arrangements, car parking. Sorry, Chair, first question going to the gentleman up there about the effectiveness of detox boxes. My other question was about car parking.
Graham, are you with us still, please?
Yes, no, they don't encapsulate the full perimeter of the pitch. They are as effective as the users allow them to be. They need to, the users have to walk over them. They have to use the detox grids. In terms of the rainfall does not remove the infill from the pitch. There's periods of rainfall right throughout the UK that are probably heavier than Brighton, and there's no distribution of the infill. I can't account for the councillors. The pitch, unfortunately, not all pitches within the UK have detox grids installed, and that may have been the case from the councillors, so I can't speak in that respect.
Any more questions?
Sorry, car parking?
Oh, car parking.
Yes, the intention is for the existing school car park to be used, which has 75 spaces.
So there won't be parking on the grass. So there's enough car parking capacity in the school car park, presumably surrounding streets. I think it's a lot some of the residents are complaining about.
Yeah, so we wouldn't want people to be parking on the field routinely, because that would damage the field and would obstruct the use of it. I know there are times when events are being held at the school, like the open days or something, where people do end up having to park on the field instead of clogging up the surrounding streets. And it's not something we want to encourage, but it does prevent those cars from being on the surrounding roads. And there is still space on the field with this pitch in place for that to happen.
Councillor Nan.
Excuse me, Chair, I'm not sure who to put this question to, so I'll say let the person most qualified answer it. Are the alternatives to rubber crumb prohibitively expensive? Wouldn't it feels like in future these pitches are going to be mandated to be replaced, so wouldn't it be economically sensible to get ahead of the curve on that?
I don't know if they're prohibitively expensive, but I do know we have to look at the application that's in front of us, which is for a rubber pitch. I don't know if the applicant or if Graham can comment more on the alternatives. I know that there is often a trade-off in terms of the performance of the material and the actual characteristics of what it's like to play on, but I'll hand over to you who know more than I do.
I think this might be something that Graham should answer. As I understand it, the Football Foundation is still working on an alternative that works as well as rubber crumb.
Any more questions? Okay, I have a couple of questions. Thanks, Jimmy, and thanks for yesterday, because it was quite informative coming there and having a good look round. I have a couple of questions, because one of the things that we were talking about yesterday was that, noise is a big issue. Obviously, we know that from the residents and from the objections that we've seen. We were talking yesterday about chicken mesh or a mesh fence, but then just earlier I heard the word solid part of the fence at the bottom, and I just wondered if you could explain, because I thought the whole point, and also I didn't know what a kickboard was. That sounds noisy to me if you've got a ball banging against it.
I think the kickboard is the solid bit that you're talking about. Graham was talking about the concrete skirting that comes up the side of the pitch to try and contain the rubber crumb. So that's a mitigation that's been put in newer football pitches that have been put in now. So some of those pitches that exist within the city may not have that skirting to contain the rubber crumb. But we will, yeah.
Thank you. And then I also just wanted to be really, again, it's about noise, one of the things that we talked about yesterday was the noise of people, dare I say, parents shouting at the ref. Not uncommon, I'm sure. Could you tell us about where the spectators will be and what sort of mitigations are in place to reduce noise from spectators?
The school has got a covered area outside of the leisure centre. I don't know if we saw that. You might have seen that. So the leisure centre was to our right as we went onto the pitch, and there's a covered area there. That's got seating, and we'd like parents to sit there and use the cafe in the leisure centre and to watch the game. If they choose to go nearer to the game itself, we're expecting the parents to be as far away from the residents as possible, which will be towards the school, so they won't be congregating towards that corner where our nearest neighbours are.
Okay, great. So yes, we were measuring it. I think Michael said it was sort of 45 to 50 metres from the nearest house, but that's on the far side from where the spectators and anybody. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. And then could you just clarify? We were talking about whistles. I honestly don't understand how a game functions without a whistle. You'll have to explain to me. Sorry.
I don't. I'm a bit old for this concept, I'm afraid.
Sorry, it was your head of sport, wasn't it? It was football.
I stopped playing football at 32, which is some time ago, and we had whistles and shouting in those days. So I'm afraid I can't answer that.
But we were told specifically yesterday that there will be games with no whistles after 7 p.m. And I just want to make sure that that's absolutely clear, because that's, one of the concerns of the residents is having people blowing whistles after 7 o'clock.
Absolutely. I think one of the conditions and one of the preventative measures that are put in for the sound reduction is about the use of whistles after a certain time. Perhaps the planning officer can.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just from my recollection of what was discussed yesterday, I think the point that was being made was that after 7 o'clock, which is when they're proposing to start using whistles, most of the time they aren't playing matches then, they're having training sessions, and so they don't need to use whistles anyway. I think that's my recollection.
Thank you.
Thank you. My memory was failing me there.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions? Councillor Pitt.
Just one really quick one. It is related to noise. I noticed that on the right-hand side of the pitch, if the school's behind you, where there are houses, you've got some trees. I just wondered if you had considered putting in any more trees that perhaps might muffle the sound a bit more.
I think, again, when we had the site visit yesterday, the planning officer had said that there was a number of trees that were being put in that corner where our neighbours are the closest. I think.
Thank you. There are a few trees proposed to be planted on that, not a huge number, and they're mainly to meet the biodiversity net gain requirements rather than to provide acoustic screening, but there are, I think, I can see 4 new trees being indicated on that boundary.
And we've also got, because we're the school with the most disadvantaged children in the local authority, we've got a fund now. We're working with Woodingdean Primary, and they're coming to plant some trees on our school. So our idea was to put some of them around there as well.
Any more questions from anyone? Shall we move to debate? Thank you both. Oh, sorry, I'd just like to hand you over to Nicola for 1 second.
Yeah, and just before we move into debate, two things. A reminder that we have to assess the application before us, not what we would like to see in an application. And also the comments from Councillor Fishley with the kind of material that she showed in her presentation. We don't know where that came from. We don't know what pitch it was played on. We don't know what mitigation measures were in that particular pitch and whether they're of the same nature. So I would suggest to members, whilst it was interesting, it's not something that you can really consider in terms of the balancing of this application. Thank you.
Yeah, specifically detox boxes. We don't know if her son's pitch had detox boxes. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Theobald.
Thank you. I will make a remark just about the trees. I noticed on there that it would be quite a good idea to have a few more trees or bushes along the border where the houses are. But I think on the whole this is an improved facility for the school and community and for women and girls sports in particular. Now they all seem to be playing all the boys and things. There's no objections from Rottingdean Parish, South Downs National Park and Sports England. There was a planning permission actually on 2005 and 2006 which was approved. I have a 3G pitch in my ward at Patcham, and I have honestly say I don't recall getting any complaints, and there doesn't seem to be any problem with the actual pitch itself. So I think actually it's a wonderful facility for all year round use, and instead of having muddy fields and things, I think this is good for the school. That's what they want, and there's different groups, and I hope they get this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Having been round the grounds of Blatchington Mill quite recently, I can see what a good sports facility looks like, and poor old Long Hill, I'm sure you've been waiting donkey's years for this. But we do have to think about the residents. We do have to consider their concerns. So we've had quite a lot of emails about this, and we've read through the various acoustic reports. But I have to say, in talking it through a bit and understanding how how it's going to work with the lettings, and how there's going to be, conditions in the terms and conditions of lettings, that organisations who come in later in the day know that they need to be considerate to residents. The fact that spectators are going to sit in the area that's further away from the residential homes. I think you're clearly thinking about the residents and doing your best. But I think the area needs this. Your school needs it, and so I will be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and keep this short, because if I start going off too long, I will get far too impassioned about this one. But when it comes to traffic, I'm not sure if members of the committee are aware, but I have quite a popular football pitch in my ward by the name of the Amex Stadium. If anybody wants to compete with me on traffic complaints about their football pitch, they're more than welcome to try. I think this is an absolutely smashing idea that we have here in front of us. I think that, yes, it is a shame that we don't have, that it is the rubber crumb they're using and not a natural alternative. But that's all it is a shame. Asking a community, one of the most impoverished communities in our city, to go by without these kind of facilities because of the environmental damage, is basically asking the poorest in our community to suffer because of climate change, whilst our more prosperous and affluent communities who have the ability to travel around more suffer. And I think that is outright wrong of us to even consider doing. I think on the element of noise, there is a school here on this site, and I imagine schools can be quite noisy, impassioned places at times, especially at certain points during the school day. And again, if people want to talk to me about noise, I can talk to you about noise from football stadiums as well. And living where I live currently, I live quite close to one of the railway tracks in the city, and I have trains going past all day and night from up. And after a while, you learn to filter the noise out. You just get on with your life. I think this idea that this noise impact, if the noise impact even is as great as is being proposed to us today, there are mitigations we can put in later down the line that are not too intrusive. So I think there is absolutely nothing stopping this from going ahead and providing absolutely phenomenal service to the kids of Long Hill.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm definitely going to vote for this, because I don't think there's anything essentially wrong with it. If I had one piece of advice, it would be perhaps come up with a better name than detoxification area for post-game. Because that does suggest something more sinister than it probably is. But yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more? Councillor Barrett.
I will be voting for this. I think the school needs it, and I think it should have it.
Short and sweet, Councillor Cattell.
Yeah, notwithstanding concerns that I raised, I was happy to hear what Graham was saying about the detoxification grills. Yes, great name, isn't it? And I think the benefits are just fantastic, and the school really deserves a facility like this. Thank you.
Great. Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, I agree with all that. However, I've worked for many years in European environmental law, and they would not make a decision like that lightly. So I'm afraid I am sort of torn. But again, agree with it all, but can't live with the toxicity angle. Sorry.
Any more? Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm completely torn, because I do think that Long Hill needs this, and in so many ways the design of everything else, for example the floodlights, they're low impact, dark sky and everything, but I am really concerned about the rubber crumb, and it's not just for environmental reasons. I'm also worried about the health implications on children and breathing this kind of stuff in. I actually don't know how I'm going to vote at the moment.
I don't know, I'm just echoing what Nicholas said here. It's very difficult for us. We have to go along, planning policy, we've had the discussion, we've aired our concerns. I think we have to vote along those lines. I agree with everything that's been said. It's a great asset for the school to have, and yes, we have concerns about the materials that are being used, but hopefully these will be, well, maybe we all need to go and lobby the Football Foundation and stop them approving it. Anyway, I should be voting for it. Are we ready to move to a vote? All those in favour? All those against?
Thank you, Chair. That's 7 for and 2 against. That means that the application is agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Does everybody want a 5-minute break? Committee members, let's get cracking on item C, BH 2025-02297, the Pinnacle, and we have Sonia here to give us a presentation.
Thank you. So this is the Pinnacle BH 2025-02297. So the description, the Planning Commission is sought to vary conditions 1, the plans, and 11, access of application BH 2023-0009 to allow for the provision of one controlled access gate in the eastern site boundary for use of all residents in the Pinnacle only, and the blocking up of the second existing access point to the eastern site boundary. So section 73A application, the original application was for a 4-storey extension to the block to house 4 flats. This is now built and occupied. So this is the block plan. You can see the Pinnacle building here and the eastern extension. And at the time of the original application, 2 access points were on the plans to the eastern side of the site, which leads on to Payne Avenue. So this is the site in Poets Corner, and this is a residential block, leads on to Payne Avenue and Kingsthorpe Road and School Road here, the railway track behind. The site is, the building's in the middle of the site and it's surrounded by parking, vehicle access from the west and pedestrian access from the west as well. And as I say, these 2 points to the eastern side of the site. So this is the block, residential block, and this is the extension, which was the original application. So this is the view from Payne Avenue. So you can see the 2 access points in the wall there. You can see the notices on the wall, private land, and the warning signs. These are pictures from inside the site. So you can see the access points there as well from inside the site and Payne Avenue beyond. This is a historic photo from the east, so you can see that prior to that there was no access from Payne Avenue. So I'll just run through the planning history. So in 2020, planning permission was secured for the erection of a 4-storey extension to the existing building to provide 4 flats. The permission was granted. So as I said, the plans had 2 access points to the east of the site, and the permission was granted with this condition. The 2 points of pedestrian access hereby approved to the eastern boundary of the site should be provided prior to the first occupation of flats and shall be retained after, with no means of preventing access installed, to encourage safe and active sustainable forms of travel to and from the development. What this allowed was access through the site, so it became a cut through for residents in the area. So after that, in 2023, the applicant applied to actually remove the above condition, so they didn't have to provide the access to the eastern side of the site. This was refused by the LPA. However, the appeal was allowed, and the inspector amended the condition to state that the pedestrian access should be retained, but only for use of the occupiers of the approved 4 dwellings. So that's the condition wording just below that. So this is the proposed site plan. What they're proposing now is to put a new gate in here and a panel in here to stop access. These are proposed elevations of the gates and the panels, the steel panels, and just some visuals showing them in place. So we've had a lot of objections, 112. Obviously you can see the grounds for objection there, and obviously see that the community do value the cut-through. Ward councillors have also objected to the proposal. We've had 30 representations supporting the proposal. Again, you can see the reasons there: private land, trespassing and safety hazard, antisocial behaviour, etc. So the key considerations of this development: the principle of the development, the design and appearance, the impact on amenity and sustainable transport. So in terms of the conclusion and planning balance, the land is privately owned and there's no public right-of-way in place. Prior to the approved extension, there was no access in place to the east of the site. We do have an appeal decision, which is a material consideration here. The original development was for an extension for 4 flats, and PINS clearly stated that it's neither the role nor responsibility of this development to facilitate or improve access for existing local residents, other than those occupying the approved flats. The proposal would provide good access to sustainable transport, as well as safe and convenient access to and from the proposed development for all residents of the Pinnacle, rather than just the 4 flats, and this is considered a public benefit of the proposal. The local highway authority acknowledged it would not be appropriate to seek to secure public access through the site via the planning system and raised no objection. So we believe it's acceptable in terms of design and appearance, in terms of the gate, and no objections from Sussex Police or the Council's Environmental Health team. And just say a bit more about what the inspector said as well. So he said the development for the 4 flats hadn't worsened access to sustainable transport or local services, given that there was no access through the site previously. Conditions need to be relevant to the development. Requirement for public access through the site is unreasonable, as it's not directly related to the development of 4 flats. Therefore, approval is recommended.
Thank you. Could I call on Councillor Nan, please, to come and give the presentation?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the residents of Wish Ward and the wider community, and I also represent Bellasanki, to formally object to this planning application. This proposal, which seeks to block existing access points at the Pinnacle, represents a significant loss of public amenity and a direct contradiction of our city's core planning principles. This application fundamentally contravenes policy CP9 of the Brighton Hove City Plan Part 1, our city's mandate to provide integrated, safe and sustainable transport system that improves mobility and encourages a shift towards active travel. By removing these access points, we're doing exactly the opposite. We are creating barriers where we should be building links. This application ignores paragraph 4.122 of our supporting text, which explicitly commits the council to developing coherent walking networks and reducing physical and mental barriers to walking. The open access currently provided at the Pinnacle has become an integral part of the active travel infrastructure for this area. These paths are in close proximity to a large and popular West Hove Community School. These access points are critical for residents reaching Aldridge and Portslade Station, as well as the bus stops on Portland Road. Because of the railway line, pedestrian crossings are difficult and infrequent. Aside from the Aldrington Tunnel, the only other options are Sackville and Olive Road. Easy access to the tunnel is critical for the quality of life of these residents. The applicant may point to concerns regarding antisocial behaviour. However, such concerns must be evidenced and managed through policing and community safety measures, not by destroying public connectivity. Furthermore, blocking these access points will not eliminate ASB that stems from the car parks secluded later at night. The revised planning condition mentioned in the previous discussions is, in my view, unenforceable and unsound. This application fails to make the case for blocking these routes is either necessary, reasonable or proportionate. It would result in a loss of inclusivity and integration. We must prioritise the health and well-being of our community by keeping these neighbourhoods walkable and connected. I urge the committee to review this planning application. The Planning Inspectorate quite rightly offer a helping hand when committees make a mistake. In this case, the Planning Inspectorate seems to have made a faux pas, and we are now in a delightful situation where we can return the favour. I urge members to take this opportunity to help out and correct this mistake.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe we've got Neil Bernard in the chamber. Good afternoon, welcome to planning. Thank you for being patient, waiting. You've got a button on the right hand side. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready, and that will switch your microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Pinnacle Freehold is a residence management company formed by leaseholders and managed by leaseholders. This application was submitted after an overwhelming majority of us were keen to move forward with the proposal to restrict access at the Payne Avenue boundary to residents only. It is about managing access to the site in a sensible and safe way, in line with the Planning Inspector's decision from July 2023. In that appeal, the Inspector was very clear that the Council's previous requirement for unrestricted public access through the site was not justified. He removed it because it wasn't necessary, it wasn't reasonable, and it wasn't the role of this development to provide a public shortcut. Instead, the Inspector said the access point only needed to be retained for the benefit of the residents of the flats. That principle, that access through the site is private rather than public, has already been established. So today's application is about how access is managed in practice, and we're proposing 2 things. First, an access control gate, so the route is only used by residents rather than the general public. Second, the removal of the other access point, which opens directly onto a vehicular route. At this second northern point of access, our concern is health and safety. This access point discharges pedestrians straight into moving traffic within limited visibility and no meaningful separation. From a safety point of view, we don't think that's appropriate, and we also have clear liability concerns should an accident occur. The proposed gate at the southern access point addresses the issue of non-residents passing through with young children, as well as bicycles, electric scooters and motorbikes cutting through the car park at speed. From a highways perspective, it is about reducing conflict between vehicles and pedestrians within a private car park, which is a legitimate safety objective and consistent with good highway and access design. The appeal decision clearly applied to residents of the development only, not the provision of a public route. This proposal follows the Inspector's findings, removes an unsafe exit, keeps resident access and reduces behaviour that is causing safety concerns on site. It is noted that Sussex Police have advised that the proposal would be an effective measure in reducing incidents of crime in the area. And also the Council's Environmental Health Officer agrees it is a proportionate response to ongoing safety and security issues. Committee members are not being asked whether public access should be retained. That has already been decided. You are being asked whether it is reasonable to allow a safer and resident-only access arrangement. We respectfully ask you to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go for some questions. Did I see your hand up, Councillor Cattell?
Can we ask questions? Are there any other speakers? Okay, so can I ask, I had several questions I'd like to ask, yes. One thing that puzzles me is why were the openings put there in the first place? And then suddenly the condition was appealed. So that's one question. In the
applicant to answer that?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to ask, should I ask lots of questions or do you want me to ask them one by one?
Probably one by one.
Okay, so that's my first.
Yes, certainly.
Join us, he's best prepared with questions. Hi, I'm Steve Court, another director. I submitted the original.
Thank you. Are you able to answer Councillor Cattell's question, please?
Thank you. Yes.
Can you switch your microphone off if you're not speaking?
My first question, one of several, is why were the openings put there in the first place?
Well, we only took over the freehold 8 months ago, so we weren't really involved in that original decision. But I think the idea was to put the gaps in and then put the gates on. But as soon as the developer sold the flats, they didn't, they basically left us in the lurch with a lot of things. So we kind of picked up the baton and tried to fill in all the gaps that they left. So, yeah, they sold the flats, made the money, and have sold. So.
In your submission, in the submissions, you talk about cycle thefts and other crime, drug dealing and all sorts of other issues like that. Have you got, first of all, you're supposed to have had secure cycle parking. It's shown on the original drawings. Do you have that? And do you have any crime reports about the theft, about any theft or antisocial behaviour?
Again, there is provision for 40 cycles in the cycle rack there, but it's such a bad design because you have to kind of lift your bikes up high and hardly anybody uses it. So the people that have used it have had their bikes stolen by people coming through the gap. So consequently, people have brought their bikes inside the building, which is obviously not good for fire safety, etc.
First of all, there was supposed to be 60 because I checked the original drawing. And if it's of no use, I mean, you can always come back to us and ask for to have some of those secure, on-street ones. And how do you know that those bikes are being stolen by people who come through that end? Because of course the other end is open. It's open onto School Road, isn't it? And Holes Avenue, yeah. So this is what I'm trying to struggle with. What is the point of having one end cut off when people can come in and they can deal drugs and they can do antisocial behaviour, they can do all sorts of things, they can nick your bikes. I don't understand what the difference, why you're assuming that it's people going through that way.
Well, firstly, the developer was supposed to put gates on the car park at the start. It was sold as secure parking, but they obviously didn't do that either. So that's been left open, which has made it like a thoroughfare straight through the car park. So people have seen from the flats, people passing through, loitering, doing the things you mentioned. And although we have had evidence of things going on in the car park, people have been a bit reluctant to get involved. So I did have some photos of signage or a mirror that we put up that got smashed by kids loitering in the back there. So it's all these kind of low-level antisocial crimes that are sort of going on, which don't get reported because people don't want to get involved. I mean, there's been quite a few things, and I've said, do you want to go to the police? And they're saying, I'd rather not get involved. So we saw a gang of school kids throwing breeze blocks over the wall. Someone filmed that, and they said, we don't want to get involved. So although we haven't got a big load of evidence, it's been tricky to get people to come forward.
So these kids throwing bricks over the wall, they're not walking along the path, are they? I mean, sorry, that's just a sort of, and how do you expect to have a completely safe environment if the other end is open? And I mean, I looked at the drawings, the original drawings, and I can't see any gated access at that end, the School Road end. And I still don't know how you can, it's like, people say, the people coming out of this pub were shouting. How do you know? And how do you know that it's residents coming through from Westbourne, from Westbourne and Poets Corner into that who are causing the problems? And also, you talk about near misses with children and pets. People taking their dog and their kids to school, presumably, from the parking. But if you're coming out of a car parking space around the back, you're not going to be going much more than about 5 miles an hour, are you? And also at the other end, the other end where you come out onto the road, yes, it's a cul-de-sac, and there's only 6 cars, 6 or 7 cars that are parked along there, and nobody goes zooming along there because it's cul-de-sac. So, and any danger to do with kids and...
Sorry, Councillor Cattell, do you have a question?
Yes, I want to say, what is the difference between, me taking my child and the dog to school along any road, and in terms of road safety? I don't accept that road safety issue, and I don't accept that road safety issue about going through into the cul-de-sac.
If you visited the site, you'd see that one of the gaps goes straight into where the cars are coming round. So... I don't understand.
You don't know what cul-de-sac is?
No, I know what the cul-de-sac is. I'm trying to work out where you mean. On Payne Avenue?
Yeah.
Well, people come flying through those gaps on bikes, on scooters, motorbikes we've seen. But then they're coming straight into a road where cars come around from the car park, and there's literally 2 or 3 feet. And we've got liability notices up, but it's tricky if someone did get hurt, who would get sued. Is there a precedent for that?
Councillor Pickett.
Thank you, Chair. Isn't the issue here, though, that it states that the pedestrian access should only be retained for use by occupiers of the approved 4 dwellings? So isn't that what we're meant to be discussing here? So I think it's quite clear that if only the occupiers of the dwellings can use it, that we should just conclude that it needs to be blocked up, if that's what they want.
Councillor Rossi.
Yeah, so I'm just going to reinforce that point. Why is this case even in front of us? It's a thing of law, surely. The obligations on the owners of private land to grant public access is a matter of law, not planning. So what's he got to do with us?
It's before us because they want to put the gates in, so we're assessing the gates and how they look in the area. So they put in that planning application because they want to put gates in. So.
And also, because of the previous conditions on previous applications, they have to vary those wordings. So you're right, the inspector's decision and what the inspector's decision has decreed is of relevance here, and it's a consideration, but they do need to come to us because there is a condition which they're wanting to change.
Councillor Robinson.
Was it really about the look and feel of the gate, or it's just the fact that we want a gate that's locked that's making us have to determine this?
It's coming here because we've got objections and we've got support. So whichever way the recommendation was going to be, it would have to come. What we've said is, in terms of the principle of those gates being closed, the previous inspector's decision had said it should only be used by those 4 flats. So effectively, if they close one of the gates and have an access, then they're adhering to that, effectively that condition. And what we can't require, which is obviously what people are using it, anybody's using it, is make a private area a public right of way. That's out of our remit in terms of planning.
Councillor Shears.
Thank you, Chair. Just so I am absolutely 100% clear what I am deciding and what I'm not deciding. We're not deciding whether they have the right to put a gate in there, or not if they don't have the right to put a gate in there, but same as any other planning consideration, where that there should be a gate. That we're not deciding the ethical and legal question if this should be public right of way or not. That's completely out of this agreement. We're just focusing on the installation of the gate.
Okay. Councillor Parrott.
I'm getting very confused. So the right of way was granted for 4 flats, but there's more than 4 flats. So how do you the access? So how do you stop the other people in the block using the access?
We're making the decision that the whole of the Pinnacle can use the access point because we can make that decision. we're allowing the 4 residents of the extension to use it, but we're also letting the rest of the block use it as well, because most of them are shareholders in the company, in the freehold company.
Chair, if I could come in here and clarify. The inspector's decision related to the planning application that was refused, and that was in relation to the 4 flats. So any condition would only relate to those 4 flats. However, the freeholder can allow the other residents to use that access gate should they wish to do so, but it's not reasonable to require other people to use that other people can use it.
Councillor Cattell, did you have another question? A question, please.
It was the same question.
I have a question, if everybody else has any other questions. I just wanted to ask so we were showing a picture, maybe it's you, Sonia, so there was a wall there until what, did you say 2020?
I'm not sure exactly if you know.
I think it was a bit later. They cut the holes in the wall once they started the end of finishing the extension. So it's probably about 2021, I think, because we all started living there 2022. So they probably cut them in just before.
And the first planning application came in 2020, so it's between.
And then I suppose don't even know who to address this to, maybe Alison. What happened with the planning inspector was an unenforceable condition, am I right? That was where we...
The inspector imposed that condition because the development related to an extension for 4 flats. So the condition should relate to the need created for those 4 flats. It could prove difficult to enforce for someone to check that only those 4 flats were using the access. However, the freeholder, the leaseholder, the owner of the site could ensure this by key fob access or securing the gateways to ensure that only those 4 flats could have used them. But I understand this is not what they're proposing at the moment. They're proposing that all the residents, and that is, as a leaseholder, they can do that, and they've asked us to allow that.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any more questions, or shall we go to debate, in which case Councillor Nan, you'll need to lead us, I'm afraid. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Robinson.
I think it's a really tricky one, isn't it? I looked on the map because I don't know the area that well, and I could see the big detour that people are going to have to do to go to school, to go to the station. It's really awful, and it's such a shame that it has been opened out to the public, which is what's causing all of these objections, because people don't want to have to walk all the way round. But the facts are the facts, aren't they? And the facts are it's not a public right of way. The inspector has supported this, if I'm getting my facts right. As much as we want some of the things that Paul was mentioning in his speech, it's not appropriate here. It's just putting the gate on with a lock. I can totally understand it. It's private property. It's your property. We can't make you allow people to walk through it. Sorry, it's like walking through someone's front garden. You know. So I'll be voting with the recommendation.
Councillor Shear.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crying shame because it is such a big detour, and it doesn't feel in the spirit of community and comradeship that we'd expect from neighbours. But then again, neither is antisocial behaviour and bike nicking, so swings and roundabouts on that one. But still, it does feel slightly spiteful to those who have to live around this development, this increased size development now, and they don't have access, they don't have that nice walkthrough to connect those 2 sides other than the 10-minute walk around. But unfortunately, I think our hands are tied. I see no legitimate planning concerns that we can turn this down, and I think we've got to vote this through.
Councillor Parrott.
I just want to echo really what Councillor Sheard has just said. I think it's a real shame that actually, you know, for such a neighbourly environment, which Poets Corner is, and this whole area, where there is a huge sense of community and lots of people do cooperate and people do live cheek to jowl, because these are terrace houses and people are very used to a lot of, you know, people walking up and down, etc. I find it really difficult. I don't see a planning reason to turn this down, unfortunately, but I will vote for it very, very reluctantly, and I'm really, really disappointed that this is where we've got to with this, because I don't think actually I find it really disturbing actually that we are pointing the finger at a specific group of people and saying these are the people causing antisocial behaviour and or nicking bicycles, etc. We don't know where those people are coming from. There's no reported crime, particularly in the area. I talk to the PCSOs on a regular basis as the ward councillor for Poets Corner, and they tell me it's one of the safest areas in probably in the country to live. And you know, I find it really disappointing, because actually it could also be people in your own community in Pinnacle who are causing, you know, nicking bikes or whatever, you don't know. So I find it really disappointing that we're pointing the finger at a certain group of people, and I really find it really disappointing that we're shutting ourselves off in a neighbourhood that really doesn't reflect those kinds of values. But from a planning perspective, I have no choice.
Councillor Oathey?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Sheard and Councillor Parrott. On a point of law, we're going to have to uphold this, but I'm going to call upon the applicant. Is there any way that you can negotiate with local social groups and just come to a much more socially aware agreement rather than resorting to the law and courts? Thank you.
Any more? Anything else, Councillor Theobald?
I've got confused with this one. I think I'm really quite torn, but I can see that really it's sort of out of our hands because it's private land, but it is open to all the other main part, the Pinnacle, what's it called? Pinnacle, isn't it? Block as well, not just as four houses or flats. But it just, I know, I feel it's sad for those people who've got to walk a long way around, but you know, it's private land, so it's difficult, really. It seems to have already, you know, we haven't got much option on here.
Yeah, just, I mean, there's, Councillor Cattell.
I still don't understand why there is a need for this when the other end is open. And so there can be all this antisocial behaviour going on, but that's not a planning issue. I just feel really sorry for all the young families in Poets Corner who are going to have to walk their kids all the way round along Portland Road to get up to the school when they could just do this for a couple of hours in the morning, a couple of hours in the afternoon. I think it is, I can't think of a planning reason, but I'm still going to vote against it because I feel for the people in our ward, and I think it's really quite unpleasant to sort of decide to block people, as Sam said, to block a group of people out, you know, and to blame those people who they don't even know who they are, and it's just and the people it's affecting are the parents and kids who are going through to the school. So I'm not that it's going to make any difference, but I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. You want to come back in?
I know we've gone beyond questions, but Julie made such a passionate speech there about... I should have it.
Sorry, we have gone beyond questions. I think Councillor Parrott's articulated it quite well. I mean, I've got a not dissimilar situation, although it's public highway, not private. But one of the arguments that I've had in my ward about to gate or not to gate is that actually the more people that you have passing through, the safer it is. That in fact ASB and that sort of Indian dealing and stuff tends to happen in pockets where there isn't a thoroughfare. I think we're all conflicted because we all think that this is unfortunate because it's going to have such a major impact on the community. But we are all obliged to follow planning law. So if there was some way that the applicant might be able to see fit to provide a community service, then we'd all be really pleased, I think. Anyway, I think we all know how planning policy stands, so shall we go to a vote? All those in favour? All those against? And all those abstaining?
Thank you, Chair. That application is therefore agreed, 6 for, 1 against and 1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this afternoon. Is everyone happy to crack on, or do we want more breaks? They should get shorter in theory, but you know, we never know, do we? If we're all here, should we try and crack on with one more before we have another break? Yeah. Okay, great.
But as Nicola will remember, there was one committee that started at 1 and went on till gone 9. That was before we did call over.
Let's move on to item D, BH 2025-02344, 89 Holland Road, and Michael will be the planning officer giving us the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is 89 Holland Road, and it's a Section 73 application to vary a condition of an earlier planning permission. And the condition that they're seeking to vary set a limit of 51 children at a day nursery, and they're seeking to vary that to increase the maximum number up to 70. Here's a map of the application site indicated in red. It's just on the eastern side of Holland Road, near the County Court building. And the location plan, I'll just zoom through it. So this is the location plan outlined in red. In terms of the context, to the right, you can see the field. That's the school field for a local primary school. Just on the top left of the image, you can see part of the playground for an infant school. The building directly to the west is the telephone exchange, and to the southwest is the county court building. Another aerial photo. On either side, there are residential neighbours, and there's a rear garden which abuts those two neighbours. We've received a few objections, summarised there in the report. But there are really only two main considerations. There's a principle of whether increased occupation of the nursery is acceptable, and there's the impact on the amenity of those two neighbouring buildings. Our conclusions are that the increasing capacity would be acceptable. There's no policy opposing that, and there is a need for this sort of these sorts of nursery spaces. And whilst it is a fairly substantial increase in occupation of the nursery, we're happy that by securing a noise management plan, we can mitigate that and avoid the worst impacts. There's no objection from the environmental protection team on that basis. It's not set out in this presentation or in the report, but we did very recently receive comments from the transport team as well, and they've raised no objection subject to some additional conditions relating to a travel plan, cycle parking and buggy or pram parking. So subject to that, we are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite Councillor O'Quinn to come and present as Ward Councillor? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of local residents and my fellow councillors, Birgit Miller and Trevor Mewton, regarding the increase for the nursery from 51 places to 70, an increase of 38%. I think we can safely say that 38% is not a modest increase, as it states in the planning letter accompanying this application. There are actually 8 objections to this application in total, 7 from the immediate neighbours and 1 from the 3 Goldsmith councillors. The objections from neighbours mainly centre around unacceptable noise, both from children but also parents who tend to linger and chat when collecting their children, littering on the nursery forecourt, parking issues and blocking of the pavement. It appears that there has been more noise since the creation of the woodland workshop and garden, with the banging of drums and children crying and screaming, and this goes on throughout the day, making it difficult for those working from home or people doing night shifts. Immediate neighbours to the nursery understand that children make a noise, but say the level of noise is excessive, and despite making complaints to the nursery, the situation continues. I have read the noise plan submitted by the nursery, but it's more to do with the general policy of the school about nature and the environment and being calm, and projects an image of peaceful, calm children, which doesn't reflect what the neighbours are saying. The plan needs to be far more robust, not just adding a phone number, and the nursery far more open to working with its neighbours regarding noise issues in order to be compliant with policy DM20 protection of amenity. There are significant issues with drop-off and pick-up by parents in terms of cars being parked while parents wait for the pick-up and parents walking their children to and from the nursery from their car, thus causing congestion on the street and exacerbating the already challenging situation regarding pick-ups and drop-offs at Hove Junior School, a situation which the 3 ward councillors, especially Trevor Mewton, have been asked to help resolve. There are also parents on bikes with child seats and parents with pushchairs who are dropping off or picking up, and often pedestrians have to walk out into the road to get past. I know because I have to do it. So reference policy DM33. The travel poll done by the nursery was asked rather odd, as it talked about 85 responses, when there are only 51 children at the school. The school states on its website that it doesn't do half days. The children have to be there all day. So I'm not sure where the extra 34 parents come from. A proper travel plan needs to be adopted by the school, and also a council transfer.
Sorry, Councillor Ickren, I'm going to have to stop you there. You're over time.
Oh, was I? Oh, okay. Well, we need to evaluate the traffic and congestion issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. And do we have Luke Carter here, please?
Hello, hi. I'm standing
hello.
with Luke today. My name's Zach Denton. I'm one of the other chartered planners at Lewis & Co.
Hello. Are you going to be making a presentation?
Yeah, I have a representation to make, yes.
Excellent. Okay, off you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to speak today in support of this application for Young Friends Nursery, being a Section 73 application to vary Condition 3 of the existing planning permission to increase the permitted number of children from 51 to 70. As the planning officer's recommendation report notes, the nursery has already expanded its physical footprint following a 2017 approval to incorporate a former studio flat. This application you're considering today ensures the capacity restriction aligns with the physical space already available and approved for nursery use. The nursery has already been inspected and approved by Ofsted to safely accommodate up to 70 children, meeting all statutory early years foundation stage space and safeguarding standards. The nursery's award-winning, recently named Eco-Friendly Early Years Award in 2024, and there's a demonstrable local demand for these additional places to support working families in Hove. There's a clear governmental thrust for expansion of nursery premises owing to an increase in available childcare hours available for working parents. We understand that with increased numbers, impact on neighbours must be considered. However, Young Friends has a good track record at the site and has operated for a number of years without enforcement issues or noise complaints. The hours of operation of the site are appropriate for its city centre location and considerate of local amenity. The nursery benefits from a generous enclosed woodland workshop and garden, allowing outdoor play to be managed effectively. We consider the intensification to be modest and proportionate to the size of the site. Furthermore, the site is in a highly sustainable location within walking distance of 2 primary schools, encouraging linked trips and reducing the impact of drop-offs on the local highway. We consider the proposal aligns with City Plan Policy CP9 and CP18 through provision of essential community infrastructure in a sustainable, accessible location. Through agreeing with your officer's recommendation to approve this application, you're supporting a local business to meet the needs of a community in a space that is already physically equipped for the task. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we go to... Oh, sorry, I've been asked by Nicola to say something.
Yeah, if I could just clarify something Councillor Quinn said when she was questioning the travel surveys and said there were more travel surveys than actually children at the nursery. What the actual restriction at the moment is 51 at any one time, so they're only allowed 51 children, but what you might have is more children on the box what go to the nursery, because some children may go Monday, Tuesday, another child might go Wednesday, Thursday, and you might have a child on Friday, so that's where you get the extra numbers from the 51, so I just wanted to clarify that that's where that's coming from.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Councillor Parrott.
It feels like one of the key issues here is around drop-off and pick-up times and parents and parking, as is so often the case with schools and with nurseries. I live on New Church Road, which is not a dissimilar road, and we have plenty of nurseries on that road, and we have very similar issues. So I do understand and respect the issues that it does cause for neighbours, and as somebody who works from home, it can be very, very annoying. I'd like to ask, has the nursery made and reached out to neighbours? Because one of the things it feels like is that relationships have broken down with neighbours. So I'd like to ask what mitigating, that the nursery has actually done. Again, we're back to the situation we've just had, which is around good neighbourly conduct and good neighbourly behaviour. I don't think just providing a phone number to make complaints is probably satisfactory.
Are you able to answer that?
Obviously, we found out today that Transport have no objection and that the provision of a travel plan can be in place. In order to sort of work with neighbours, the nursery has asked what methods of transport people use to drop their kids at the site. And obviously, it's in our report that 88% travel by bus, walking or cycling. So in terms of travel by car, it isn't something that we are sort of overly concerned with. Sort of a lot like Councillor Cattell's comments regarding the gate, being that there are 2 other schools within close proximity. I think it's sort of would be tricky to put a lot of the highway pressure on our site specifically, especially when this survey's been undertaken.
Go ahead.
I think as well, though, as well as the travel, it's about parents congregating outside nurseries and making, noise, and there being quite a lot of noise. I think you do have a level of responsibility to ensure that, parents are aware of the disturbance they might be causing neighbours. So I guess that's what I was looking for, more maybe a kind of planned approach to managing drop-off and pick-ups, not necessarily just cars.
Councillor Pickett. Sorry, Michael wants to come in.
Thank you, Councillor. I just want to point out that in the management plan that's been submitted, there are provisions for staggered drop-off times and conduct of parents when they're waiting outside to pick up the children. So that is included within that plan.
Okay, Councillor Pickett.
Thanks, Chair. It's a question for Zach. I'm just wondering, do you not think that we've already reached the tipping point with the numbers of children attending? And I'm just wondering why it's necessary for the nursery to raise the number to 70. What's significant about the number 70?
The site's been assessed by Ofsted, and that's been considered to be the number of children that can be accommodated on the site. Our client considers that there is demand from even existing families that use the nursery only a couple of days a week to meet that capacity of 70. So that's hence the number.
Did you want to follow up? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm just browsing through the environmental protection report, and there are mentioned in here is stuff like neighbours complaining of smells from soiled nappies, noise from obviously the outside play, and the noise management plan has suggested staggered play times, a bit like staggered arrivals, indoor activity scheduling during sensitive hours, clear complaints procedure. Has all of this been put in place? Is it going to be put in place? And the thing about the nappies is very concerning when the number of pupils is going to go up so much.
Councillor, there is a section in the noise or in the management plan about waste and how that will be managed, and Environmental Health have, from their initial comments, they've provided an updated comment where they've reviewed the management plan that's been submitted and are happy with what's in there.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. First of all, I note in the report that there is no comment from Sustainable Transport in there. Have they conducted a travel report on the road in question to check frequency and how much of an impact this is having? And second of all, looking at the building, the site in question, asking for this, it feels like a very small building to be putting 70 children plus carers into. Is there any ground about overwhelming the community infrastructure here and having a bit of this infrastructure breakdown from the number of people being put into such a small space?
Thank you, Councillor. So as I said during the presentation, we very recently received comments from Transport. So after the reports were published and after the late list was published, we received those comments, and they're not objecting to the, even though there will be an increase in trips as a result of the increased children attending the nursery, they're not objecting on those grounds, subject to the conditions that I listed, so the travel plan and the additional cycle parking for staff and buggy parking for children. In terms of the point about the capacity of the building, I think that it's kind of outside of our remit, really. Ofsted have said that it can accommodate that number of children. I think we're looking at the impact on the surrounding buildings and the transport network rather than the suitability of the inside space.
Any more, Councillor? Or is that okay? Does anybody have any further questions? Shall we move to debate? Who would like to start off? Does anybody have a comment that they would like to make about how they might be voting? Go ahead, Councillor Shin.
Well, if someone's got to get us going. If Transport have said the road along there can support it and that they are content with this, despite the fact you've also got the extra pressures of the Crown Court and the telephone exchange directly opposite, then I will have to take their word for it. I'm still very on the fence because, like I said, that is a very small building to contain 70 children plus carers, and I can imagine that building getting overwhelmed and having an immediate amenity impact on the neighbours quite quickly. So that does concern me slightly, but I don't believe that I have enough grounds there myself to make that material planning consideration.
You've already been told by the council officer that that's not within our remit if Ofsted have approved it. So. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. It's obvious that the applicant has listened to advice that's been given from the environmental management plan. The transport guys are saying it's acceptable. We need more nursery places. Yes, it is unfortunate for the residents next door, but there aren't really grounds not to approve it. Ofsted have said that the 70 is acceptable, so I think I'll be voting for it. Thank you.
Anybody else? I think, sorry, Councillor Nair.
I think what would give me pause for thought is the issue around noise. And I think, if I understand noise at all, and I don't think I do, I don't think an addition of the children increases the volume of the noise. I think, 50 children make pretty much the same noise as 70. I know those numbers aren't exactly right. So I don't really feel that's something that gives me pause. So I think I'm inevitably going to have to vote for it. So.
Thank you, Councillor Parrott.
I guess the noise, the children noise, I probably agree with you. I think it's probably more the parents picking up and dropping off, and that the noise around that, on the street when you're doing that stuff, which is annoying. I would urge the nursery to be a good neighbour, but I don't see any reason not to vote for this. But I would urge the nursery to reach out and be a bit more maybe accommodating and try a bit harder.
Councillor Pickett.
I'd just like to add, and also I hope that the nursery doesn't intend to come back in another couple of years and intend to increase another 30 kids on the environment.
I'm inclined. Oh, Councillor Earthy.
Can be left out, can I? No, I kind of think I agree with the application, but rather echo Councillor Parrott's comment. I think the nursery needs to make a charm offensive to the local community, take an interest in it, and get on with make much better relations with their neighbours.
Agreed. We do spend an enormous amount of time in this chamber disputing or trying to bring neighbours together and say, please play nicely, like the kids in your nursery. I think we're all of a similar mind that it would be really great if having an extra 19 pupils have 19 attendants doesn't have an adverse impact on the local community, because it's important to have good neighbours and have good relations with your neighbours. So I will be inclined to vote for it. But yes, along with everyone else, we urge you to keep your neighbours on board. Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Let's move on to the next item F, which is BH 2025-01886, 21 Chaley Avenue, and let's welcome back Sonia to do the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, 21 Chaley Avenue in Rottingdean. So application description, remodelling of the existing dwelling house to include removal of the existing rear extension and several elements to the development, 2-storey rear extension with first floor balcony and ground floor deck terrace, side extension including garage for vehicle storage, front porch extension with gable, full roof lights to the front roof slope, revised fenestration and the existing garage to be retained and used for storage. So this is the existing site location plan. You can probably see there that the plot size is similar to its neighbours. However, the actual footprint of the existing dwelling and the built form is quite small for the site. So this is an aerial photo of the site. Again, you can see neighbouring properties larger and the footprint here quite small. And that's a 3D aerial photo of the site as well. Again, see neighbouring properties surrounding, and obviously the pools to the rear, to the properties to the rear. The Chaley Avenue is a road. It's quite mixed in terms of materials. There are some elements such as front gables that are common within the street scene. So this is the front elevation of the existing property. You can see, obviously it hasn't been modernised. Street photos of the site. So you can see here that the property to the north is set in 3 metres from the boundary. There's a drive in between, and obviously they already have this boundary treatment and hedging. These are site photos of the rear, so this is the rear property. You can see decking and their garage here, and obviously the garden slopes downwards, and there are several levels and a home office to the rear. And this photo here is from the decking, and you can see down to the home office to the rear of the garden. So these are photos from the rear garden of the site boundaries. So the first one here is the property to the north. You can see it there, they have their own balcony. This is the property to the south, obviously expansive blank wall there. This is from the first floor, so you can see the home office to the rear, and it's obviously not easy to see into the gardens beyond. So this is the proposed block plan. So the hatched area is the development, and this area here is a terrace, the ground floor terrace. You can see that appropriate distances have been left to the boundaries. This distance here is about 4.5 metres. So proposed front elevation, so you can see this element here gives it a more symmetrical appearance to the front, and this front projection as well. The side elevation shows the roof form to the front, which will be similar to the roof form of the existing property. This is the rear two-storey extension, so there's a ground floor terrace and a first floor balcony, and that's the rear elevation. I thought it was probably easier to show you on the floor plans. So this is the first floor here, and you can see that that element is set in from the boundaries, and that the balcony at first floor is quite modest, and the terrace at ground floor has been set in from the boundaries. This is a visual provided to show the property from the street frontage. So we have received a number of objections, 19, for those reasons listed there. We've also received 3 representations supporting the proposal for the reasons listed. So key considerations: character and appearance, residential amenity, and standard of accommodation and highways issues. Conclusion and planning balance. Given the prevailing built form in the area, the development is of an acceptable scale that will bring the property in line with the size of its neighbours. No significant harm to the character and appearance of the property, street scene, or the visual amenities of the area. No significant amenity harm identified in terms of daylight, sunlight, outlook, privacy, and overbearing impact. Subject to screening of the proposed terrace and the balcony, we've requested 1 metre screening to both of those. And the local highway authority has no objections to the scheme, so approval is recommended.
So sorry, I got engrossed in I'm not reading text, I just want you to know I was actually just looking at some of the objections that I hadn't seen earlier. Thank you, Sonia. I do apologise. Nigel Smith, who is a resident, are you with us, Nigel? If you'd like to come and take a seat. Welcome to Planning Committee. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. Yeah, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not to start here. I just want to point out I live across the road. Unfortunately, one of the neighbours has a severely ill wife, so I'm here reading her script as a neighbour, and I can answer any questions on that.
Okay, excellent.
I'm going
to
start now.
Excellent. Please do.
Chair, Councillors, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of local residents and unequivocal support of the objection submitted by Rottingdean Parish Council. This application presents a clear and serious overdevelopment of 21 Chaley Avenue. It is not a sensitive extension nor a sympathetic remodelling. In scale, mass, density and impact, it amounts to the effective replacement of a modest cottage with a much larger urban form of development that is entirely inappropriate for this location. Chaley Avenue is defined by low-level detached dwellings, deliberately spaced to preserve light, openness and long-established views through the street toward the sea and surrounding landscape. The proposal would destroy that pattern by dramatically increasing the width, depth and height of the building, extending the roof ridge across the full frontage, inserting a double-width garage where none exists, and introducing a dominant central atrium. The scheme creates a continuous overbearing mass that erodes the gaps between the houses and produces a terracing effect wholly alien to the street. The Parish Council is explicit that this proposal fails the Rottingdean Neighbourhood Plan, particularly policies S1 and H2, which carry full statutory weight. It also fails City Plan Part 2 to policies DM18, DM21 and SBD 12. This extension is not subordinate, does not reflect local distinctiveness, and makes no genuine attempt to respond to the established scale, roof forms or character of the area. The impact on residential amenity is severe and unacceptable. The bulk height and proximity of the development, combined with two overbearing rear balconies, would result in extensive overlooking, loss of privacy, loss of outlook, and loss of daylight and sunlight to multiple neighbouring homes on both sides of Chaley Avenue and to properties in Newlands Road. This is not a marginal impact, it is a clear and direct breach of policy DM20. Residents are also alarmed by the intensity of development on the plot, particularly when viewed cumulatively with a large self-contained dwelling already constructed in the garden. The reduction of meaningful green space and the increase in built form represent a level of site exploitation that is entirely out of character with this part of the village. Serious concerns have also been raised about inadequate contextual information, failure to properly show relationships with neighbouring properties, and documented flooding issues in the area, which make the expansion of build-on and hard surface areas especially troubling. The application raises a critical issue of precedent. If approved, it would fundamentally undermine the recent adopted neighbourhood plan and signal that excessive policy conflicting development can be imposed on this village despite clear local guidance to the contrary. In short, this proposal fails on design, scale, policy compliance, neighbourhood amenity and local character. The harm is substantial, the conflict with policy is clear, and the case for refusal is strong. On behalf of residents and the Parish Council, I urge the committee to refuse this application. Also, BHCC has taken flood prevention. Hard standing has also been laid prior to officer visit, and the high levels of asbestos are not mentioned by the officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming. I'm told that we have Robert Stevens, the applicant. Is that right? Thank you. If you wanted to go back and take your seat, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stevens. You'll have 3 minutes when you're ready. The button at the bottom right.
Chair, members of the committee, my name's Rob Stevens. I'm the joint owner and applicant for 21 Chaley Avenue, Rottingdean. I would like to express my thanks to the Senior Planning Officer and the planning team for their thorough assessment of the application and the clear and balanced recommendation to grant approval. I appreciate the time and care that has gone into the reviewing the plans, the site context and representation submitted. The committee may wonder why this proposal has attracted so many objections and why it has come before you. Unfortunately, my husband and I have been the victims of a campaign by a small group of neighbours involving leaflet drops, door knocking, meetings and lobbying of the Parish Council, creating fear and spreading misinformation to serve personal agendas. As part of this, we have submitted a formal complaint to the Parish Council regarding undue influence and bias. Nonetheless, I do want to acknowledge the concerns raised by neighbours. I understand that change can be unsettling, and we have listened carefully throughout the process. We invited neighbours to attend an open house to view the plans prior to submission, and alterations have been made along the way following feedback and discussion with planning officers. However, as noted by the report, loss of views does not constitute a material planning consideration. I refer to the letter from applicant within the presentation, where we explain rather than demolish and rebuilding, we want to retain the unique style of the house and to sensitively modernise and balance the front elevation by mirroring what is currently there, giving it a well-deserved symmetry currently lacking. I'm grateful that the planner's assessment recognises the purposeful intention behind the design to create a well-proportioned, balanced home that remains entirely in keeping with its surroundings. As the officer's report highlights, the street contains a wide mix of architectural styles, roof forms and building scales. The proposal respects this context and brings the house more in line with the size and appearance of neighbouring properties. It is noted that it retains appropriate gaps to boundaries, specifically highlighted by the choice to refrain from developing over the existing garage in order to maintain distance and amenity to our northern neighbour. I'm reassured that the planners consider the design is appropriate for the area, that the scale isn't harmful and it won't detract from the character of the street. They also make it clear there is no harmful overlooking, no significant loss of light, and no unacceptable impact to our neighbours, something we have been very mindful of throughout. For us, the proposal will secure our home for the future, boost energy efficiently, and add biodiversity measures, making it modest and sustainable upgrade that aligns fully with planning policy. In closing, I would like to thank the Senior Planning Officer once again for her detailed and balanced report, and I respectfully ask members to support the recommendation to grant permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Right, who would like to start the questions? Councillor Pickett.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to ask the map that had the proposed block plan on it, is the bit that's, this is the photo that's, I don't know if we're going to go back to it.
Proposed block plan.
Yeah. The red line that goes round, there's a bit that goes through a building. I assume that's the existing garage?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
So that's on the existing garage, that's the existing one.
So that's, you can see the existing garage there, and if we go to the block plan, so this existing garage is retained.
So it won't be used as a garage anymore? No, okay. And can I just ask also, to me, it looks like the height of the new build will be similar to the houses next door on each side. Can you just confirm if that's true or not?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Any other questions from anybody? Gosh, we are whizzing through. I have some questions. Just I wanted, because there is quite a lot of concern from the neighbours. Is there any? I don't want to say justification, but for people to call to bring up material considerations like light and green space, flooding issues, and so forth. It's an emotive thing, isn't it? But am I right in thinking that there is no loss of light or any of these issues that they brought up, the flooding issue that Mr. Smith mentioned, and loss of green space, etc.? Here we go.
So the flooding issue, so I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's already hard standing there, and there'll be more built form, but there's already hard standing and a driveway there already, and some terracing to the rear. So we didn't think it was an issue. We don't tend to regularly refer householder applications to our sustainable drainage team.
Okay, great. And then
green space, as in the garden, or?
Tell me. I don't know. I'm going on what the residents said. I don't know. I mean, it's not material.
No, it's not something we considered.
Can I take that? One of the things that I just wanted to sort of, I don't know if clarify is the right word, but just to check. It seems to me that there has been an awful lot of toing and froing with the applicant. Is that right? Because obviously the designs have been amended, and it feels like they have gone to some degree to sort of not just to meet planning, policy, but also to ensure that the residents aren't affected.
Yes, so it has been, the design has been amended from the original scheme, particularly in relation to the upper floor balcony. That was wider and they've substantially reduced that to avoid overlooking. You could probably see on the floor plans they've limited side windows, so the only side window, there's one that is that serves a bathroom, which will probably be, obscure glazed, and another one that serves a bedroom, but that doesn't look directly into the window of the house to the south.
Councillor Earthy.
Yes, I just have a technical question really for the officers. What aspects of the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan does this thing contravene or allege to contravene? Because talking about gaps between properties, if you go up and down Shaley Avenue, the gaps between properties are entirely random. So I can't see where the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan could prescribe a level of randomness. And the other observation I've got is, if you look at the proposed block plan that Councillor Pickett just raised, the actual area of the newly developed thing isn't really any bigger than what's next to it, and it's certainly no bigger than some of the bigger properties off this map further south. So I was wondering if you can clarify these. Where's the conflict?
Well, we didn't think there was any conflict. But
Is it your proposal then?
yes, yeah. In terms of the gaps between properties, so we feel the gaps in this development are entirely work with the area. So, sorry, I don't know what.
I'm just going to hand over to Nicola, who's got the Rottingdean
I've just brought up the Rottingdean neighbourhood plan up, and it says policy H2 of design says that development proposals will be supported provided they complement, enhance and reinforce the local distinctiveness of the village, and where appropriate, designed to enhance the setting of the conservation area surroundings. Proposals must show clearly how the scale, mass density, layout, materials to be employed, and design of the building and site fits in with the character of the immediate area. I mean, I think from an office point of view, it's quite varied, as you say. So actually, therefore, the proposals are deemed to be acceptable. There isn't a particular theme of property that this is changing. There are varied forms and scale and design.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett.
Sorry, Councillor Earthy asked my question.
You stole her question, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the 3D aerial photo of the site, and I'm kind of thinking the same as you were, Kerry, it looks like the red line is going round. Okay, so that building to the top that the red line cuts through, that's the garage, isn't it? So perhaps the red line's not quite in the right place. But then I'm looking at the building next door beneath. I mean, that's absolutely massive in comparison. This new property won't be as big as that, will it?
In terms of the garage, yes. So there's the garage is linked to the neighbouring garage. So yeah.
Councillor Barrett, you were... Oh, sorry. It's really... I do apologise. If anyone that gets their hand up anywhere near their ear, I was sort of thinking that you must be asking a question. Over here, Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, in comparison, because looking at the maps that we've got in front of us, there's some building work going on at number 25 currently. I was just wondering, because I recall that we've had a Chaley Avenue about a year or so ago going in front of planning committee. I was just wondering if we knew roughly what size that site was going to be in comparison to this site, to see if it really is massively out of kilter with the rest of the community.
If you just bear with us, we'll do a search. Just bear with me. What number did you think there was on Cherry Avenue? Yeah, we had an application, approval of details. In 2022, we had an application at 25 Cherry Avenue for a creation of additional storey with balcony and porch to the front. Bear with me, I can bring that up. So this is the proposal that was approved at 25 Cherry Avenue in 2022.
So I'll put this on my phone. This is fairly similar, I'd say, in bulk and size to what we're talking about here. I mean, it's not like a like-for-like copy, but then every house on that road seems to have its own unique style to it. So that's probably by the by. But on the whole, for bulk and mass size, for as far as it goes, this isn't out of kilter with other developments in that stretch of road as well, is it? That's what it's safe to say.
Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's safe to say that the bulk of this house isn't out of kilter with other planning permissions in recent years.
Yes, I'd agree. Thank you. Do I have any more questions? Are we ready to move to debate? And who would like to start? Councillor Cattell, off you go.
Thank you. Yeah, because I had not much else to do yesterday, being stuck in bed with my broken ankle. I went quite thoroughly through the ones that we're looking at today and looked at the, Google Street, because that's a good thing because you can go along and practically every house along there is different. I mean, I think the only consistency is that they're different, but also is those gaps, the gaps between them, And this poor little sad house, because I think it is a poor little sad house, it's going, please come and make me look nice. And I think that it's going to be a lovely new house for the applicant, and I just don't understand. I just don't recognise any of the things that I'm afraid the objector has said and I can't understand why the parish council have been so against it when they were quite happy to not object to number 25, which is absolutely huge compared to this. So I will be voting in favour of the application. Thank you.
Councillor Nairn.
Yeah, okay, I must have read this application about 5 times now. And it's a bit of a mystery to me. I don't get the animus against it. Like, I can't find a hook into the feeling of objection to it. And usually you can, even if you don't agree with it, you can kind of find that reason. But I just can't see what's behind the animus against it. And obviously, you get where I'm going. I'm going to vote for it. So, yeah.
I think the balcony was obviously, and the decking were brought up, I think, at various points when you were wondering why people were upset. But does anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Pickett.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, the gardens are quite large, so it's not like there's going to be, I don't feel, that much overlooking other people's swimming pools. But yeah, it's quite an area that has sort of space and it comes across like that, so I'm going to vote for it.
It's not Poets Corner, you're right. Councillor Parrott of Poets Corner.
Poets Corner, I'd just like to say, is very lovely.
It just doesn't have many swimming pools as well.
No, maybe, but we do have our own paddling pools. I'd just like to say that, I've looked through these objections. Like Paul, I'm really struggling, Councillor Nan, sorry, I'm really struggling to understand the context of these. It's not too close to the boundary in my opinion. I don't think that, the impact on the South Downs National Park, I'm really struggling with some of this, and I will be voting firmly in favour of this.
Councillor Sheard?
Yeah, I do understand where some of these objections are coming from. It is a small house in a very varied street with a lot of unique identity to it. And I imagine it's not only hard to see that unique identity change throughout the years, but I also imagine it's quite a sudden change. That sudden change in bulk of the property is coming as a bit of a shock. So I understand where this is coming from, but I think this, as an area, has, as I said, it has a lot of unique identity, and identities change over the years, and anywhere with a unique identity will change with it. And I think this is once it's settled in, it'll be a nice new addition. And imagine 40, 50 years time, this house will be seen as an iconic house on the street. You can't get rid of it when inevitably someone else wants to change it. So I think let's roll with the times and let's vote for it.
Thank you. Any more? Councillor Robinson?
I agree with what everybody else has said. Thank you.
I agree too. For what it's worth. Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour?
To confirm, Chair, that's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Is everybody happy to take a 2-minute break while I go and fill up my water bottle?
Yes.
What's happened? Can I help?
Just give me a mobile phone signal in this.
Oh.
You have to run outside. Run outside. Okay.
Shall we hear the final application? Item H, PH 2025-02114, 3 Ridgewood Avenue, Saltdean, and over to Stephen to present. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. So this is application for number 3 Ridgewood Avenue, BH 2025-02114. And the application itself is for erection of a single-storey rear extension, roof alterations, extensions including hip to gable of the roof, a slight raising of the ridge height, front and rear dormers, and landscaping to the rear. So, mapped application site located to the north of Saltdean. And then this is the existing location plan. You see it outlined in red there, black arrow pointing to it. And then proposed location plan, so you can see it extending more out towards the rear. It's quite faint in this view. And then aerial photo of the site at the moment. So it's an existing single-storey hitched roof bungalow with a slight side extension on the southern side. And you can see there's quite a lot of overgrowth to the front, sides and rear. And then 3D photo, as you can see, more of the undergrowth to the front and rear. So it looks quite green in this view. Then street photo. And this is taken from our site visit at the back end of last year. So you can see the existing overgrown trees and shrubs to the front. And the property itself is, as stated in the report, quite a dilapidated condition. So it's certainly not as it was when it was built. This gives you an idea of the shared boundaries to the side. So this is to the south on the left-hand side. And that's number 91A, which was a property, it's a 2-bedroom property, that one, which was refused back in 2020, but actually allowed on appeal in 2022, so that's been built relatively recently. And then to the right-hand side, you can see number 5 Ridgewood Avenue. Just another view of the boundaries there from a slightly different position. And you can see the small, what appears to be a side extension built on the side of the host property and a bit more of the current condition of it. And then once again on the right-hand side, so you can see better the boundary between number 5 to the right-hand side and the host property to the left. Shared boundaries again, just to give you a better idea from the rear now. So on the left-hand side, we're looking towards the south. So that's number 91A Lustral Crescent, the new property I was talking about. And on the right-hand side, you can see number 5 Ridgewood Avenue. And here you can see the existing boundary at the moment, which is predominantly just appears to be hedging and or low fencing. So quite open currently. And then some more rear garden views looking out towards the west. So you can see what happens on the neighbours. You can see the land is going upwards in level as you head towards the west. And this is the existing block plan on the left-hand side and the proposed. So you can see here there's the roof remodelling, dormers at the front, larger dormer at the rear, and there are rear extension coming out in an L shape, which is going roughly to match the rear elevation extensions of number 5 to the right-hand side on this. So existing and proposed floor plan, clearly there are different scales here, just so we can fit it all on. So you can see here, this is the existing layout, 2-bedroom bungalow, kitchen and lounge, and then the right-hand side, what's proposed, which is to keep the 2 bedrooms at the front, and then from about here onwards, you can see my cursor roughly, it then extends out to create a new extension, which is going to be a combined kitchen, living, dining area with a big pantry. Proposed first floor, so this is up in the roof. You've got 2 new bedrooms, obviously hallway and then shower room, and then the landing created with some storage under the eaves. Existing roof plan, you can see the hitch form, and then here it's going to create gables through the side, 2 new dormers at the front, dormer at the rear, and then the rear extension coming off. Existing elevations again, front and rear, side, so you can see this existing windows. And this was proposed, so there's a increase in the ridge height of circa 0.25 metres. You're then creating gable ends to both sides of the property, 2 new dormers which are with pitches on the front. And then to the rear, you've got a box dormer running the full width of the new gable-ended roofscape that's created, obviously setting from the east, setting from the ridge, and also from the sides. And there you can see also the rear of the new extension that's put in. This gives an idea from the sides. So clearly there's a big increase in the rear extension into what is quite a large garden at the rear at the moment. and you see the pitches and the form of the dormers to the front and rear in the elevation. There's been 7 representations received objecting on the basis of amenity impacts, design, transport matters, and then loss of vegetation and the associated wildlife. The key considerations are the appearance and the impacts on the host property in the street, the standard accommodation for the future occupiers, impacts on the neighbour's amenity, transport highway matters, and then the impacts on the trees and shrubs. And the planning balance and conclusion was that the appearance and the impacts of the development are considered acceptable. They improve the host property quite considerably and cause no significant harm to the wider street scene or the public realm. The standard of accommodation for future occupiers is improved significantly and makes better use of the plot with no overdevelopment of it. The impacts on neighbour amenity, they're definitely considered acceptable due to the small increase of height, the single-storey rear extension, the setting back from the boundaries, and at the rear, as you can see from the photos, there's already a high degree of mutual overlooking. And transport and highway matters are acceptable with no change to existing situation. So there's a crossover at the moment with what is a side driveway. You can see in the photos it had a lot of sort of building material on it. That will remain, and there's no increase in the amount of dwellings. The impact on the existing trees has been considered because there were representations made about that. And I've had discussions with the arboricultural officer, and he's confirmed that the trees and vegetation to the front is of no value and doesn't need retention. The trees to the rear, there's a couple on the boundary, and those are worthy of retention. He doesn't think that there will be any impact from the development on those trees in terms of root systems. And there was a condition imposed as part of the application that a formal tree protection plan and associated measures to mitigate any harm would have to be submitted and approved, and that's one of the conditions put in. The applicant has actually submitted that information already, but unfortunately the tree officer hasn't had the opportunity to fully assess it, so the condition will still be imposed for it to actually have to be achieved and met. So overall it's recommended for approval. Since the report was written, there has been a further comment made, a representation, which raised amenity impacts, design impacts, and also that the property may well be used as a 2-dwelling property, so replicating what's already been made on other representations and objections already put forward. So just if you could be aware of that, because that's not incorporated in the report. So overall, there's 8 objections. The objection that was recently come forward was from somebody who's already made objection, so it's not a new one raised by a new party. So overall, it's recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm told we have Lloyd Bayliss. Hello. You're here to answer questions, but you don't want to. Do you want to give us a presentation?
No.
Oh, we can't. Sorry. No. Sorry, you're not allowed. I do beg your pardon. Sorry, but please do take a seat. If you'd like to take a seat to answer questions. Sorry. Excellent. So, who would like to start with the questions, please? Councillor Parrott.
Sorry, maybe I'm missing. So is the concern that they're going to make it into 2 houses or 2 dwellings? Or 2 flats or? Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the concern raised was that by creating the space up in the roof, that would be used as a separate dwelling at some point in the future. As is clear in the report, if at any point in the future the applicant wanted to convert it into 2 dwellings, they would need to get planning permission for it. Yeah, and if it was being used in that way, well, clearly then it would be raised in the enforcement matter, and enforcement would investigate it further.
Anybody else got any questions? Councillor Pickett.
Sorry, I know you did speak about the trees, but the one at the back, did you say that they intended to make some sort of statement about removing the tree or something like that?
Thank you. No, what they're going to do is protect the trees. Yeah, there's a tree on the southern boundary, which is worthy of protection according to the tree officer and also the arboricultural officer. And then further up on what would be the the far western side of the boundary, there's another tree there, and as part of it's already been submitted, but as part of the condition, they would have to supply a tree protection plan showing exactly how those would be protected prior to any works commencing to make sure that there is no damage to the trees themselves or the root structures. And that would have to be submitted to and approved by us in consultation with the tree officer.
Sorry, so would there be a TPO put on the rear tree?
No, there wouldn't be a TPO put on then. But there would be a condition there for them to be protected during the development works. And also there is, as you mentioned, there is another condition in there. If there is any damage that occurs to any of the trees that are meant to be retained as part of the development that's caused through the works that the applicant's going to carry out, then they would have to be replaced as well.
So effectively, they're not worthy of TPOs, but they're worthy of being kept and protected during the works.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Could you show us again this house in context with the neighbours? Can you bring up I'm looking at one of the complaints saying it's not in keeping with any other property in Ridgewood Avenue, completely out of place and overbearing. And it's another one of those teeny-weeny little houses, isn't it, that will be much better when it's extended. But let's just have a look at the context, if you don't mind. Thank you.
The neighbours picture, the neighbouring house.
This one, was it?
Possibly, we can't see it.
A huge five-bedroom house within the avenue, particularly in our view.
You're not showing what you can see as a conclusion. We are not. We don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's not showing. Yeah, my computer's just frozen.
Sorry, we've got a technical issue. We're just trying to sort.
Yeah, so this is the aerial view showing the neighbour. And then showing the neighbour to the right-hand side, so number 5. So this is as you're looking at it from the street. And then here, in respect of number 5 on the rear boundary, you can see here. And as I stated, I think in the report, on this shared boundary, what I've taken into account is that at the moment the property set back from the shared boundary by circa a metre. The rear extension is going to carry on that, and it's going to be up to circa 3 metres in height, depending where you take the land level from, and then drop down. The applicant is quite within his rights at this point in time to erect a fence on there under permitted development, which will be up to 2 metres in height. So yes, it will be a change, certainly in terms of views from the neighbours here from the existing windows they've got, but those are views that could be interrupted tomorrow by the applicant erecting the fence under permitted development rights, and therefore that's been taken into account in respect of the report itself and what is being proposed. So there will be a change for them, certainly, so there will be loose views. The views aren't protected. There may well be some diminution of light going to some of their windows, but overall, considering what could be done tomorrow by the applicant with a fence there, we consider that the depth of the extension and the height of the gables won't significantly impact over and above what is the existing situation, and also what could be done with a permitted development with a fence being erected. And then these are once the rear. So just give you a better idea of the neighbours surrounding. As you can see, the land itself is overlooked quite significantly from all the neighbours, and with the new windows and the new ones being put into the dormant extension, there's a high degree of mutual overlooking already. So from amenity impacts in terms of neighbours, I think probably the applicant's more overlooked than the surrounding properties.
Is it worth stopping sharing when you bringing up?
Yeah, please.
So this is Google Earth. This is the application site here. So you get a flavour of what the other properties That's right. But it's not up to date on Saltdean. But you do actually get the house, what's been recently built there. So this is the application site here. You can see my cursor. That's the one what was allowed at appeal.
It won't be much bigger than the one next to it, will it? Or even bigger at all?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, the extension is going to be comparable in depth to the rear elevation of number 7, which is the one that you can just see to the south there. And the difference is it will be deeper overall because clearly number 5 I mean. Number 3 at the moment is set further forwards, but then it's got a deep garden. So when you actually look at the overall form of development, it won't be wildly different from the rear elevation of number 5, which is located to the north. Yeah.
Councillor Murphy.
Sorry. What's the history of number 91? Is 91 built in the garden of number 3? Or is it a plot belonging, or is it just a bit of loose ground? What?
Yeah, so the one to the left-hand side as we're looking at it at the moment, yeah? Yeah, that's number 91A Lustrel's Crescent, and that was part of the garden and a garage for number 91. And 91 is a property located just to the north of that. That was refused planning permission by officers, and it was taken to appeal. And the appeal was allowed by the planning inspector in 2022, and therefore they've now built it out. It was refused on the basis it would be overdevelopment of the site itself and that small plot, and that there would effectively no outlook for the rear windows of the dwellings being proposed, because those rear windows of number 91 effectively face directly onto a closed board fence, and they're the main habitable rooms. So that's why we refused it, but the appeal inspector allowed it. Incidentally, the initial objections were raised on this. They were in respect of the original scheme that was put forward, and the scheme's been amended quite significantly since then with the removal of all of the side extension that was proposed, which would have been infilling the gap between number 91A and number 3 Ridgewood, and also the former dormers at the front has been reduced in size and to make them more in keeping with the proposed property rather than sort of overdeveloping and overextending it to the front. So there's been quite a lot of work involved in getting it to this point where it seems to have taken account of most of the objections and got it to a point where we think it now improves the host property. It doesn't cause any harm to the street scene and would be certainly better for the existing stroke future residents.
Any more questions? Shall we move to debate? Who would like to start? Councillor Earthy.
Yeah, thank you. You hear me right? Yeah. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I called this one across simply because it's an example of redevelopment issues in my ward, in West Saltdean and to a certain extent Woodingdean, which I know not in my ward. If you look at the pictures of it, that property at the moment is almost completely decrepit. The kind of floor plan reflects its origins in the probably 20s or 30s. So if this kind of application doesn't go through, the decrepit property that's there is almost completely unable to be developed because it doesn't meet modern housing requirements for open plan living and kind of whatever. So I really asked you to kind of look at this one simply because there's going to be a lot of applications like this where these bungalows reach the end of their useful life. No modern person would buy it because it's a 1926 design, but people are stepping in to refurbish it, like the applicant here, or in some cases even add extra floors. So that's why I've called it across. So I just want to kind of also like set a precedent that we will be looking at a lot more of these. And as you can tell from the tone of what I'm saying, I'm fully in favour of this because it just needs modernisation.
Councillor Sheard.
Thank you. I don't want to just agree with Mark Earthy. I want to kind of double down on what he's saying. What I'm looking at is a plot of a house that is not only is the plot massively overgrown and showing that it's probably not fit for use at the moment as it is anyway, which I don't even want to think what condition the house might be in if it's been abandoned, if it's like the garden. But it just shows that this is a space that is not being used to its full potential at all. We speak all the time about the housing crisis and how haven't got enough big family homes, and then we've got plots like this sitting around doing absolutely nothing, twiddling their thumbs at the moment. So the only thing I'm disappointed about is that we didn't have this through planning permission 2-3 years ago. Let's get this built already, please.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think it's lovely that we'll be turning this silly little house that clearly isn't fit for purpose anymore into something much nicer with 4 bedrooms. And thank you to officers for working with the applicant to get the design where it is today. And I'm sure it'll be a good addition to your ward. Councillor Earthy.
Councillor Patel.
Yes, I think this is exactly the same as the last application. It's a sad little house that's asking to be made lovely.
Probably lives there.
Well, no, sorry. Well, you wouldn't be putting a planning application if you didn't want to change it, did you? Now, I agree. In the eastern side of the city and going into Lewes, there's quite a lot of development of this sort. Lots and lots of bungalows built on, large plots that are gradually being, sort of knocked down or renovated and made into family homes. And I think this is exactly what's happening here. And I think, it is lovely. And I know that this road is a little bit more kind of, consistent than the last one we were looking at, but it is the end of the road, so you can afford to have a kind of visual sort of stop there, and I think it's a lovely layout. I have to say, I can remember being very envious. I always wanted an ensuite bathroom. I always wanted a dressing room, and now I want a pantry, because I've never seen that before. So you perhaps might be starting a thing. Yeah. Are you going to be living there? Yeah. Oh, good. Well, good luck. And so good luck with the build. And we'll be voting for it.
Anybody else? Councillor Pickett.
I was just going to say, I quite like the little old house because I think it's really cute, but I fully understand why you want to build a new one. I'm just amazed that they were allowed to build 91A because that's hideous. I just can't believe it's so close to the boundary. But I think your plan works really well within the space that you've got, and I will be voting for it.
I only have myself to blame, but I should have asked what kitchenette was doing upstairs if you don't want to make it into 2 properties. But anyway, I moved on to debate without asking the question. So I'm inclined to go for it as well, to approve. I'm not allowed to ask any more questions, sorry. I thought there was a mention of a kitchenette. I read somewhere that there was a mention of a kitchenette. Oh, sorry, it's been removed. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, it's been removed. Sorry, my apologies. I will be approving. Shall we go to the vote? All those in favour?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimously agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bayliss, for waiting all afternoon. It's been a long session, but thank you. Your patience has been rewarded. Right, before we close, I need to just tell everybody that there's a list of new planning application appeals lodged with the planning inspector attached to the agenda. There are no informal hearings or public inquiries listed on this agenda, and a list of planning application appeal decisions from the planning inspector are attached to the agenda. I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much.